Okay, so hello everybody. We are live and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I'm really happy you're here. We have several people already lined up to watch the show and just want to welcome you all. I'm Rebecca Benningfield and I'm here with Gillian Watson and Samuel Hofman. We are the
Hello.
Saturday crew. Hi guys, how are y'all doing?
Hiya.
It's foggy, 27 degrees in Lolo. I was going to say Missoula, Montana. Well, in Lolo.
In
So
Lolo.
can't see across the street. Well, you
Yes.
can see across the street, but it's very, very misty and breezy outside.
Oh, it's been very strange here today. Yeah.
I was going to say my weather, it's in the 50s and sunny. It's really pretty, but it did rain all day yesterday. And that was the day I had to get out and run errands. So that was awesome. So it was me and my son, Taylor, knocking those errands out. But anyway, it was dreary, but that's okay. But so far, no real cold weather. It's not been cold here.
It's not cold here either.
You were talking about rain, and my brain immediately. I have a yellow Columbia wear over jacket for mountaineering and stuff, and I was immediately thinking. You said it's raining. It's like, oh, cool! I get to wear my rain jacket. My brain automatically went there. I get to wear my rain jacket.
Yeah,
it's raining.
Right.
Why I thought that I had to share
it doesn't rain that much.
Left brain crazy.
I mean, I've noticed it doesn't seem like we're having a drought, but I don't know if we are or not. But I know it's not rained much this year. So, hi, Michelle, and we have Mark, the Irish Mystery Hour podcast host, and hi, Mark.
And Thomas.
Thomas is with us. Hi, Thomas. He's in Germany. I know where he is. We've visited several times.
Oh, good.
And Facebook user, if you want to reveal your identity, you can go to StreamYard/Facebook and approve for them to access your account, and then it will show
type in your name. Or just
do
type
that.
In your name.
That works too.
It takes less work, Hi, it's Bill, it's Tom, it's whatever.
It could, yeah, I know, right?
And God, here we are again, another Saturday.
It flew by, guys.
Yeah, it's like, wow, I just spun around and here we are doing another podcast.
I was like, oh my goodness, I got to get ready. So, which I have been. I've been collecting, as soon as one show ends, I start collecting, things to show for the next show, So I just keep it going constantly. But I am connected with so many people that share the best picks around, So I'm fortunate that I come across all the good ones. So
I found a super awesome one today, but it was on one of my Geo Wars groups. Like there's a lot of people joined me to their chat things. A lot of them I just kind of fell off of them, but some of them have stuck. Some are Scotland community ones and other ones from down south, but they were all different reasons for being on the groups, back a couple of years ago, what was, COVID and chemi guys and all the rest of it. But there's one particular person, he says he's in, how Holland gets really good sightings.
Yeah, it's because they're so flat.
Yeah, he got a really, really awesome one. And he said he took the picture himself and he said I could show it to you. Because I wanted to ask him permission because it's an upside down rainbow one.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, it's like a new one. I hadn't seen it before. So it looks genuinely original. So yeah, he's also, like I said, anyway, he's on one of the groups. So he's like in a week.
Sorry, Sam? I sent you that one. I was talking about that picture we got in yesterday, and Robert, I believe in New Zealand, sent it.
He gets good ones.
And it was
I just want to say hi to Dennis.
Yeah, Dennis, and then Christopher also. Hello.
Sorry,
did you have a copy of that? I think I sent you a copy of that one yesterday, where it was showing the base cloud of Saru.
Oh, yeah.
That reminded me of that was because yesterday was drawing day on the 15th of the month. We put out the site drawing, and I did not draw it in this time, and I should have. But I was thinking because of this of room and yeah, because and Sarah should actually be behind Yuri in this drawing on the left hand side, because last month it was, and I should have actually included it again this month, especially since immediately after I posted this picture, I got that shot from Robert, and it clearly, absolutely shows the base cloud of Saru, and it matches the pictures going all the way back to 2015 and 16. And it's just
Yeah,
like, yeah,
because Lindsay was saying it to me. She says, "Yeah, that's definitely Saru." Last night when we were out, she
yeah,
said,
and it,
"Yeah,
it
for
was
sure."
so obvious, and it's orange and really weird base cloudy looking, and the pictures matched the old ones, and it's like, oh yeah, good eye. Wait a minute, no, maybe it was Carrie that sent it. Anyway, yeah, I can't. I'm
Maybe.
sorry, I cannot remember who sent it
Right.
to me because I did yesterday. Anyway, um, we look at so many pictures that sometimes it has a tendency to do a blender routine in your brain on who sent you what.
Yeah, or you'll look at it and you'll think to yourself, "Oh, I'll remember where this is, or I'll remember who took it." You'll think that,
Yeah, then a
and
hundred
then 5 minutes
pictures later, you're going,
later,
"What was that again?"
it's like, okay, I got. That's why I started trying to always put name and everything on there. So
We already
yeah.
lost Jillian.
Oh boy, I'll listen for her. She'll be popping
Yes,
back
we too
in.
have technical difficulties. Yeah,
I
the last
know.
week's show, I did get bumped off the end of it, and that
Yeah.
was my internet.
At least we made it 5 hours. That's
Yeah,
still
yeah,
not
we
pretty
did
good
our
show.
time, and then
Yeah.
apparently Bate was saying, "Sam, go to bed."
That's it. That's it. Your time was up.
Yeah,
You
I did.
said
I
all
did
you
manage
needed
to
to
play,
say.
about an hour's worth of Star Wars afterwards, just like you said on the end of the show, and it was like, "Yep,
Yeah,
that's where I went," because
I
I couldn't even,
knew.
couldn't even get my smart TV to run because it was the internet was not working.
Yeah, that's I don't like about smart TVs. I didn't even know that when I got our last TV. Because Alan likes watching YouTube videos. But anyway, it's smart, but it doesn't turn on many times, or you have to wait. For I don't know for what I don't know.
I'm glad the Facebook user
Oh,
said
wait.
that they used the drawing yesterday. Seeing your drawing brought it all together. I'm glad that it is
Nice.
functional
Oh,
for
I
you.
didn't
That
see
is
that.
why
I'll
I
check
do
that
that.
out.
What's funny is how stressed out I get every like 13th or the 12th. Going, oh, I have to pay attention. I have to pay attention. And I intentionally spend several hours, combing through everybody's material so that I can get the picture in my head. And then I sat there on the 15th in the morning, and I stared at the blank piece of paper for like an hour and a half, and I just sat there and went, how do I draw this? Because I got caught in the fact that Atu and Atu's moon are directly over our heads. Yeah, that's the base cloud of Saru back in like 2015, 16. And that other
And
picture that it was either Carrie that sent it in or Robert. I'm now thinking it was Carrie, but it matched so closely that it was just like, oh my God, they could have been, an hour apart. And when year after year after year, the same cloud patterns occur, you can't argue with it. And of course, this goes back to that science. That Dan guy put out another video. Somebody actually posted it on Montana Skywatcher 2, but I did not view it because he was
uh-huh.
pointing out what's this, and he was pointing out the lead asteroid. And we got a really, really awesome capture of the lead asteroid this week again, which went into the main major file in the OCG file. And it's such a,
Hmm.
I mean, it's
I
so
wonder
defined.
if I got it.
I'll give, no, I hadn't sent it yet, but it did go around. It was probably, I believe it was in Montana Skywatcher Anonymous. So you may have flopped past it, and not even seen it. I don't remember exactly where it was
Hmm.
posted.
I'll
Um,
look and see because I did save. I know one or two new ones
yeah, I've been running
today.
around. I ended up
Uh-huh.
figuring out what happened the week before with our administration issues, and I finally did go to the computer graphs, and that was what I spent most of the week on, again, trying to clear
Yeah.
up the less than admirable members who want to post shots of people getting stuck in driveways and fails or whatever they were posting all down the page. And so I spent the other day. I'm still removing a bunch of people that don't belong there.
Good.
Hi,
That's
David.
Yeah.
Glad
that's
David's
that's
here early
good
to this
news.
time. Yay.
He's here early.
Hi,
All
David.
right,
Well, David
David.
showed up in
Hi,
the middle towards the
Michelle.
end of the last show,
And
I believe.
Dennis is
Hi,
listening.
Dennis.
Dennis is listening. He'll be here shortly. And we figured out this is Christopher, and I know him on both Facebook and TikTok. He actually found me on TikTok on one of my live episodes that I don't do too often, but he found me there. And him and I have chatted a few times on Messenger, and he's fascinated. I've invited him to be on the show, in fact, because he's got a I just like his story about how he found it, and he's
And he
really
just sent you a message. It
intrigued.
says, "How
Yeah.
do I get Facebook to approve me for this live?" You have to get a link. She has to send you a link.
Okay, let me show you so you'll see. Okay, you type in that. You go to streamyard.com/Facebook, and it will just take you to a screen where you click approve to let StreamYard access your Facebook account. And then it will immediately, as far as I remember, it'll bring you right over to here. So let me know if it doesn't work. So that's okay.
Yeah, David, we're just glad you're here. Late or not, it's okay. We don't have a
Right, 12 minutes. We'll let you slide.
We're not going to kick you out of the room for interrupting the test. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, a lot of good pictures this week. A lot of really, important stuff. And oh God, I spent tons of time going to all different sites that I don't regularly visit, and I even popped in a couple of times to the Africa Skywatcher folks, and because I haven't been joining a lot of new sites, even though everybody wants me to join their site.
Yeah.
That one I did join, so I will pop in there from time to time. It's not as easy for me to access unless I start doing it more over, because I actually have
Mm-hmm.
to go look it up in order to get to it from computer, because I don't have a long list. I only have 5 options on the side here, and then the rest of the membership sites that I belong to, which are many. Uh, I have to actually go and actually look them up, and so I need to sit down and actually write them down on an actual card where I can go,
Yeah.
okay, so I don't forget, because there's sites I forget about. There's so
Right.
many. Nibiru this, Nibiru that, and Gillian's site and Lana's site, and other people.
It's easy
Uh,
to get
Yeah,
forgetful and then
I
not go
found the
to
list is
them.
very big
Right.
all of a sudden of what there's sites I've never been to that I'm members of, I'm a member of, and it's like,
Yeah.
okay, somebody added me and didn't let me know.
Right. Right. That happens too.
Yeah, I
I'm
know you get added to
I'm
things and
getting
then
the
you get all
link
the
shared
chats.
everywhere so everybody knows we're here. So I'm making sure it's visible. So bear with me one second. These are the first few slides. Here are the newer things I've made. Like this one was last
Well,
night. Petty shared that cube. Like that's all it could be.
yeah,
Anything that's got a corner like that, it's
Look at it.
definitely,
It's
isn't that
amazing.
something?
and it's on the proper side, and it's on the left-hand side, so we know it's the Texas cube. And then on the right-hand side is the long box cube. And I'm absolutely amazed that it hasn't gone viral yet. And of course, people, that's like that Dan video, and he doesn't even know about lead asteroid, and it's just like, oh my God! When I saw that, I didn't even have to watch his video. I didn't want to give him a view count, and B, I didn't want to go okay and then have an argument in my mind all day
Are you
long.
s- are you saying that this is a newer one? Because
Yeah,
there's
this is
already
the
been
newer one.
two.
It's on. Let me see if I can grab a copy of
That
it.
makes
Oh,
three. This
I
person, they're
sent you some
obsessed.
stuff as well. I also took some pictures, but one was of the
Okay,
moon looking weird. But I sent it where you sent the StreamYard thing to me. I sent the
okay.
pictures there.
I
But
will check it. Let's see.
It's probably somewhere down Montana Skywatcher 2's page, but somebody posted it, and I don't even remember who. I'll be having to scroll. Oh my God! Here's some idiot
Hey,
putting on.
Katie. Here, Katie Joe. Katie Joe.
Okay, remove
Let's see. I
post
keep
and
trying to
ban
click this
author.
one.
yeah, the moon was something else. I mean, I was taking pictures of it from about 4:15 today, just staring at it, thinking, all right. Mhm. Like where it
Yeah.
is,
Still
it's up in
scrolling. Still scrolling. A magnitude 5.3
Yeah. She's
earthquake.
asking. Sam, if you noticed, she says, did you get the same? Did you notice the moon being weird lately?
Well, the moon's always weird lately. I didn't see. I'm not seeing it right. Well, yeah, I'm seeing one from Patricia, but anyway. Oh, here it is. Um, it came from Leanna Schweppert, uh, and we haven't seen her in a long time. And so I will click on this video and give you a copy of it in PM.
Okay.
I have not
I just,
personally watched it, but I did post several examples below it, just sort of a retort. Let me for our members. Where would you okay? Okay, I'll go to your regular PM where you sent me that donation information, and I'm posting
yeah.
it on that one right now. So if you wanted to find a clip in between here or what he's saying, you can, and if not, we can do it at another show. But anyway, here's a clip of it. I haven't watched it yet, so I don't know what he's going to say. But he's pointing to what is all this, and of course, he's pointing at the lead asteroid. So I actually, I would very much like to understand. Maybe I should watch it. I'll post a copy of it.
Oh,
Um,
this is actually his first one because he made
is it?
two. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep. He made two. So let me look at his videos real quick.
Yeah, and
I'm just, not that it matters,
it's
but
titled
yeah,
"One of the
it's
Most Ridiculous Beliefs You'll Find on the Internet." It's like, okay, yeah,
right.
you go ahead and say that.
And then
Ridiculous or not,
let's
it's
see.
factual, proven true, over a decade of information, and that blows me away that people are just so. Well, it's a really complicated scenario, but it's not so complicated. It's not true. It's not mixed or heaped up in a bunch of lies, folks. This is stuff that we took a decade to
It's, you know
prove.
what? It's because it's not mainstream and not
Right,
supported by scientists, and
right.
that's why it's not, it doesn't have a New York Times article written about it.
Yeah, yeah. No credibility added to it, even though,
Right. And the drawings are by hand. I mean,
oh,
it
yeah.
just they don't
Crayons, I tell you, crayons.
they're not open
Yeah, you're
minded
not allowed to play
enough
with
to
crayons.
take right. I mean, they're just not open
And of course, I don't
to
use crayons. I use
seeing
colored
it.
pencils. And
Yeah.
you can see that on the drawing swipes, on my drawing strokes. But, that would take 5 minutes to actually figure out. I mean, God forbid they put any effort into anything. Oh, crayons. Okay.
Yeah.
Automatic crayons, wrong,
It can't
incorrect.
be.
Guy's a nut job.
Can't
Yeah.
be. Nope. It can't be. It just,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
automatically
Yeah. And
cut,
what's hilarious about it is how often that, I mean, even this drawing, the thumbnail that he's got going there, that was a very, very prominent period of time when lead asteroid was so immensely large. And every day we saw, captures from around the world, not just one, in a week, but hundreds in a week. And
yeah.
we have that, and you yourself verified, well, yeah, it's right exactly where it was supposed to be on the drawing, and that's
Yes.
how
Uh-huh.
how accurate my drawings are and have been over well, roughly 8 or 9 years. I don't know exactly when I
I was gonna
started doing these
say,
hand drawings. Before then, they were paper cutouts that we would move,
like
and
this
then of
one
course,
on the right, I was looking back through a member's profile, just scanning back through what they had shared, and I found this picture of the lead object on the right there, and it
yeah,
stood
yeah,
out, right away, and it was November 2022,
yeah, we got a whole
and
bunch of sightings in this week that were really, really excellent. And one guy, and I should have written his name down to give him credit for that, and to actually, that's such a good capture. I should have posted his name on the picture myself.
yeah,
And if I find out, I will probably attempt to do so later. Um, It is such a good capture of the lead asteroid. It's got literally, you can almost see it down to the conglomerate detail of the surface. And I don't believe it to be a conglomerate. I believe it to be metal because of the way it self illuminates and actually creates its own light. So it has to be not rock. It has to be literally a static charged gas coated, minor atmospheric body. because some larger asteroids or stuff, depending on the decay of what's inside of it, will create its own gaseous atmosphere if it has a degradation of the material and it creates some sort of gaseous. It's like even a clump of dirt puts off small amounts of gases as it decays, methane, etc., and radon, and all of this. So there's always a gas around some of these asteroids where they have a micro atmosphere, and that micro atmosphere charges up, and when they get close to other bodies, it self illuminates just like 4 foot office tube lighting, which we have many numerous sightings going back many years of that area being illuminated, even though it's not directly being shined on by the sun.
So would one of them actually make an upside down rainbow thing?
No, no, they're still pretty small. No, but most of the time, what we have seen when we're seeing the upside down rainbow, it's the bottom of at two. The
At
rest of the
two.
planets, like, yeah, we've never really seen one at the bottom of Nepacity. We've never really seen one on the bottom of Isatum. We've never really seen one like that on the bottom of Uri, because Uri's base cloud is so intensely below it. I mean, because it's a gas giant that has all those asteroids, and we know that the asteroid field around Uri has got all those gaseous materials and debris and dust and all of that. So it has a huge base cloud that you wouldn't see that. Whereas Atu does not have a base cloud that does much until it starts to buffer into ours, and then we've seen, of course, what we refer to as the snail foot effect. But that too also has to do with Atu's moon and lead asteroid and red asteroid and spiral asteroid, where all of that stuff creates that snail foot effect. And that's why it does that, because it does envelop a misty gaseous form around all of those asteroids underneath, and it ends up coming down looking like the bottom of a snail foot.
Yeah, this guy, I'm just trying to see if he will tell me if it was left of the sun. But I've sent the picture to Rebecca, the upside
Yeah,
down
I
rainbow
got
one.
them. I am getting them loaded. And I'm also looking under for Andrew. It says that it needs approval. The strange part is I cannot find you at all. Like, I look under new member request, it's not there. I look under current members, not there. So I'm not sure which. He said the main group, Nibiru followers anonymous. Just to clarify, make sure. Let's see. Feel free. Thank you. And I saw Michelle said the same thing, that I could use her pics, which is great because I've recently decided or thought I would start, doing that, making files or folders of the members' pictures, and we can, like today I got some from a man in Hungary named Petty Basco. I've got pictures he's submitted because he has some great things. So
Oh, he's
in
got
fact,
amazing things. He's
I
really,
know I'm gonna
I love his
pull
work.
those up. But Andrew, if you would, I'll try to contact you on Messenger until we
Not
get
on
this
my
figured out.
Montana Skywatcher 2 member
Uh-huh.
request.
Maybe
I
you,
could
like I
go
said,
and look.
send me a message on Messenger, and we can connect there and then figure out what's going on. So okay, and experimental elemental is with us. So
Good to see
hello,
you again.
hi.
Thank you for coming.
Right. Okay, so let me get Petty his folder pulled up here, because these are mostly pictures he gathers from webcams.
He does
So,
fantastic work, and I
and
actually
yes.
look forward to seeing wonderful pictures.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah, I'm absolutely in awe that this information has not gone farther forward. I don't know what's going on. I did see a whole bunch of the graphic information off of what's been going on in Montana Skywatcher 2, and I looked all the way back through this summer, and it was literally like the activity just died. It was like, what the hell's going on? It was literally flatlined for most of the summer. Now, I don't know, and it did cross my mind, I don't know if people are leaving Facebook. I don't know if the members just got bored and didn't show up. I don't know if we've been shadow banned. I don't know what's going on. And all I can tell you is the activity level completely dropped off. And I don't know why.
Right. I
And
mean,
then I checked membership ratio and found out the information that I was seeking. And lo and behold, there was the 700 member ad, which is what I'm suffering from now, and slowly clearing away. It's like finding a whole bunch of garbage in your front yard. You have to go out there with a bag and clean it up.
that's, yeah, it's very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A few dog poos and a couple of empty
Because,
plastic bottles and some
Yeah,
wrappers.
don't forget your little baggie and your gloves.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Your little scooper, so you don't have
Yeah,
to actually
little
use
pit
your gloves.
scooper.
yeah.
Yeah, go.
You, yeah, you know. Oh, I saw some commercials on YouTube the other day, and I've seen it like 3 or 4 times now, and I am very, very shocked that they're actually allowing some of those commercials on public television. I've been seeing some stuff I've actually had to immediately click the channel on because my children were in the living room watching, and they've taken some steps into the macabre and a little bit sexually explicit recently, and I'm a little bit surprised by that. And oh my God, I'm turning into a parent. I mean, I've been a parent for many years, but wow, I never really had, on regular television you don't have to shield your children that much, but all of a sudden on YouTube they're kind of getting a little spooky nasty. But anyway, that's been my week, cleaning up.
Right. Right. Um, as I say, mine has been like not too exciting in any form. I can't even hardly remember one day from the next what went on. It's like that
Spooky.
bland. Yeah.
Well, we are all
Uh,
suffering from the conditions of the moving planets over the top of us, and they do affect us. They affect our hearing, they affect our stomachs, our
yes.
mood. You can get a negative mood and not even know why. And when you feel that coming on, tell yourself this isn't something that I want to be part of, and then you can slowly talk yourself out of it. But you have to catch your own moods. You have to remind yourself that it's my mood, and not everybody needs to have this brought to them. And
I
then
like I
if you get
told
it
you
bad, then
the
go for a short walk.
day
Walk it off.
the other day I told you about how it's affecting my neighbor upstairs, and it's still, you know, I don't expect it to change much
If
really.
you have
So,
any sage, burn some sage down at the
uh-huh.
bottom entryway or something, or consciously just wish them good luck and hopefully they feel better.
Right. Because this is not his normal behavior at all. So it's
And
kind of
then
sad to see that happen.
there are certain small non malign Wiccan spells where you can actually cast a spell if once you learn how to do that, of course, through Wicca, where you can actually change the mood around you physically for the better, not for the worse. I do not ever advocate any negative spells because that is not the Wicca way. Not saying I'm Wiccan, but I did study it.
I was going to say, in case for you all that are seeing this and don't see the significance, this is a, um,
It's nighttime
moon. It's a
footage.
good nighttime shot, first of all, because those, people ask about nighttime and stars, and there's no stars to be seen. But, here in front, that obvious circle shape is Atu's moon, and then the curve going all across the sky behind it is Atu.
And don't forget
Just
the object. This is the red asteroid rounding the bottom of Atu's moon on the left. Lead
okay.
asteroid is probably mixed into the right hand side clouds, or wait, no, I take it back. It is just beside Atu's moon, middle center top right next to Atu's moon. And then the red
Yeah.
asteroid is rounding at that higher banked angle right next to Atu's moon on the lower left. And this is, of course, that goes back to that same drawing. God, I've used forever since like 2017, 18. No, actually, it would be 2018, 19 because they weren't on the right hand side at that time. Um, Excuse me, the left-hand side. Hello, ooh, come on, Earth to brain. But yeah, this is that standard cloud scene that we have seen for so long. Is absolutely, absolutely undeniable because you can't have repetitive clouds that go on for years and just be clouds. And of course, we've
Right.
also watched Atu's moon get smaller recently, which was part of the dilemma that I've been going through with drawing the monthly drawings. It's like I want to draw it big because it is over the top of our heads, and sometimes it's really, really large. But to do the actual placement and out view, it has to be smaller because we know it's getting larger and rising up higher above. Which I also had to include the angle change in Uri this month, which is partially why I didn't get Saru drawn into the background behind her because I was caught up on the other part, and I just thought, Uri's blocking Saru this month, and it turns out, of course, it's not. I was immediately proven wrong this time. Oh, I got a wrong drawing for one. Actually, it's not wrong. I just omitted something I shouldn't have.
So, I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
Saru
like that.
could be behind our sun. I mean, behind Uri or
Yeah,
not. It
Sarah
could, I
is
mean, that's
definitely
always
absolutely
behind,
behind, farther, closer to the horizon,
but it could be
and
visible or
Yuri's
not.
rising up, and so, and then meanwhile, when Yuri's rising up, we're getting a better view underneath Yuri off into the distance, which is that picture that we talked about. That I'm going to definitely try to get you a copy of for sure because it's going to go down. I actually might even use it as a wall screen on Montana Skywatcher 2 because I switch those every once in a while, unless they're really good, and then
Yeah.
I'll let the really, really good pictures sit there for months. But I try to change it every once in a while.
Yeah, then at least we can think, oh, maybe I've seen it, and
Yeah.
oh, look, there it is, and take a picture,
That's the
like
side of
get a
that's
new
another
one.
that's from Petty and in Budapest. And this is of course Nibiru. This is freaking Nibiru, guys.
Yes.
Base cloud and all. And
Just gonna say hi to our member in Australia.
he,
I'm
he does
checking
such
to see who it is.
he does such a
Yeah.
great job of what because he
Uh-huh.
knows what he's looking at, I
It's
believe. And that that
Robbie.
really aids in your capturing.
It is Robbie in Australia, and it looks like Jerry is. I see his comment on Facebook. I'm not. Oh, here it is. He's. This is Jerry. Yep, this is Jerry. Hi, Jerry.
Hi Jerry.
So,
Got your message
yeah,
the other day. Looked up your number,
yeah.
tried to call you on the phone.
He
No answer, but we'll do it again when I have time.
right. Hey, Jerry and I visited a few days ago for a couple of hours, and he's really interesting to talk to. I don't know. I had a nice time, so we're going to visit again.
Yeah, there is a degree of knowledge to
Uh-huh.
his words. You know,
Yeah,
I get a
he's
vibe off
studied
of
for
people, and
decades. You can tell he really has
yeah,
put a lot of
knowledgeable.
effort. So I look forward to visiting again, Jerry. So
And you know, we have a whole bunch of really, really very brilliant people here,
yes,
and those are the ones, of course, that are on board with it faster because they take the time to learn, and maybe they see it easier. I don't know. Of course, intelligence helps um, in everything, including opening a can of soup. But yeah, we have some great people, and I'm really, really proud to have them as my friends. And the
right,
citizen scientists out there are what makes this work, and we wouldn't be where we're at today had we not, accumulated this wonderful group of people around the world, including Petty and Jerry and Andy and everybody that we can think of. And David goes back many, many years, and all these people that are on board with us. God, I just keep hoping that the mainstream is going to be at least slightly expanded. I don't want it to go absolutely horrendously a million times viral, but I mean, hello, let's include a larger source of people, to get better contributions or submissions or captures or whatever you want to call them. But mainly, I think this if this became a little more open, we wouldn't end up with uh, little weird videos about how we're crazy and the most insane story you ever dreamt of, and or whatever else they want to call us.
oh boy,
And I'm
yeah,
referring,
I know.
I sort of soften
Yeah.
my comment code about them rather than calling them one thing. I'm just going to continue to call them the peanut gallery.
Yeah, we could just do that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that way it's sort of negative, but not really negative because I'm not going to join them in their negativity.
No.
And Welcome to Fraggle Rock and all of that. And I love that show. Anyway, I actually watched it as an adult, not as a child. So because it was
Some of
many
those
years.
shows are really subtle, aren't they? The play on language and that. Some of the
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
isn't really for children. It's
No, yeah,
too
yeah, that's too well. There's always a moral
sophisticated.
lesson in about everything, and this is why I was posting
Hmm.
Scrooge to people all week long. Here's a copy of my favorite Scrooge movie with Albert Finney. And now I'm not a normal fan of musicals, but I watched that one growing up as a teenager when it first came out, and it is a musical, and it's a phenomenal, well-made movie. And I haven't found one yet that's comparable as far as the vibe and the suspension of disbelief and all of that versus the story. Whereas if you're watching Patrick Stewart play Scrooge, it's you keep flashing back and forth between Star Trek and Scrooge and Star Trek and Scrooge. So
Yeah, okay.
yeah, some actors get typecast, and like Albert Finney, you don't even see that it's Albert Finney. You see Ebenezer Scrooge. So, and that's the difference in some
You
actors.
see, that's that when they act like that, it should be like that. You don't see the person typecast in another role. You see the person doing that particular
Yeah, that
part,
that
that
that that character. Yeah,
character, that
and
character.
lost.
Yeah.
I hate it when all of a sudden you're going, oh, okay, Patrick Stewart, you're over enveloping that scene. I think and the moment your brain goes and you lost that suspension of disbelief, that's no longer any good to even. I want to be immersed in the movie. I don't want to stop and think about how they filmed it and what the actor was saying at the time. I want to see the character nonstop. Don't let me go. Don't drop it. So
Hmm.
anyway, it's total sidebar. I apologize, but
That's okay.
That's
I
all
just
right.
wanted
older,
to
But
so
point out.
language is important. Language is important when you're trying to get across to
I think that's
people
yeah, that's
that
what
are
I was
from different
describing Jerry.
cultures.
That's
Yeah.
like I was describing the vibe of Jerry. There's a thickness to it. There's a tangibility of a person. And some
Yes.
people we talk to were just vague, and you kind of wonder like, who is this person?
Or is this a person? Is this a person?
Yeah, well, I've seen that in a couple
You
of
know,
people that we have trusted in the past, where all of a sudden they spin around, and you kind of wonder like, hmm. And when you start second guessing their possible duplicative motives, and I hate duplicity. And when I discover it, it really bothers me.
Mm. Yeah, it's also very disappointing because you also
Yeah,
wonder about
yeah.
your ability to
Keep that picture up.
judge.
I was going to say something too. Go ahead.
Yeah. No,
That
I'm
is.
just yeah.
I looked
Mm.
at that,
Yeah.
and I'm sitting. Of course, I'm immediately saying ion tail of a Saturn's yellow
Look at
moon.
it. It's amazing.
But
Yeah.
there's more to it. I
I,
believe lead asteroid is in front of it.
Yeah, that's really thick and full there, isn't it? It's really full.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this shot, and I'm trying to, and you go to the dense center at the horizon, and you
Mm.
see the fire like bubbly clouds of that center round.
Look at that thing in the middle there, right
Well,
above them on the right. That
middle of the
bubbles.
long ion trail, but there's more. Oh, duh. Earth the brain, Sam. I was saying lead asteroid. Guess what that is sitting right there? Long box cube. Duh.
Ding
That's
dong.
why it's so thick. If that purple area, if you go above to the right, above the middle White
Yeah.
House, between the red roof house and then the center building, the square building, if you go dead center to the middle of that, up a little bit, halfway, you see that purple, and that's the
yeah.
long box cube because there's three little lines on the middle right of that showing the three side eddy lines that they always show. And then in that
Mm.
mix, it's in front of a Saturn's yellow moon, which happens to be doing a very weird, very thick facial ion tail around the yellow moon. Of course, it's huge, and I
So
almost
here's
didn't
an
draw Nibiru
example.
in this month. I almost left Nibiru out because Saturn is currently so
So
big,
big.
you're only seeing a little sliver of Nibiru behind it. Now, the example of Petty's earlier picture where we were saying that's automatically Nibiru, at that stage, Saturn and the Saturn yellow moon were literally over our heads, which they weren't last month. And the month before, they were even farther away. And now they're due over the top of us, which is why we're seeing nighttime illuminations of Atu and Atu's moon because you know while Nibiru and all that stuff is over the top of us on the right hand side of things, when you're staring west, then we know that Attu would be literally over the top of us to our left, which is where I had trouble drawing it in this month. Because it literally switches sides at night and all of this, and as we spin around, and it's a nightmare to try and keep all that in your head.
Okay, sorry, I was
You were busy. I was reaching over
multitasking.
to read some of
Oh,
the typing.
but also, what stood out to me is, all these like streaming effect that is coming off of Ice Adam's yellow moon. That dragging at an angle that really stood out here as well too. The long box cube, but also that diagonal, dragging appearance. So just wanted to point that out too. That kind of jumped out at me. So this is again Attu's moon, and Attu probably the epicity behind it with that illumination in the background and the just above the horizon, that
Right.
glow, that yellow. That's a
Right.
sign of nepicity.
Attu, yeah, and this is where I ran into the dilemma of how to draw it, because at some part, as you can see, it's past sunset, and then Attu and Attu's moon are directly over the top of us. But during the day, it's a different view, and that's why I'm always fighting to draw which do I draw, dawn or sunset, and everybody asks, and pretty much they're a lot the same, and they are the same with minor exceptions of proximity and how big and how close, and I twist in between that. Yeah, what year is this drawing?
I'd have
Not
to
what year,
look
what
and
month?
see.
That's this year.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty much
Mark
right
it
now like
off.
this again, and that's the forward where everything is, and we've gone back to a pattern that's similar, but they are now higher up than they were, and so weird. I just noticed an odd flaw in that
I
drawing
was
that
going to
I had.
say, whatever that drawing, whatever the date was, it's definitely predates this capture.
Oh yeah,
This
absolutely. Yeah,
was last month, and that
right.
drawing is,
And
month
right,
or a
and
year ago somewhere. It's been a while.
yeah,
So,
it probably was a year old.
uh-huh.
And that's the thing. They change and they change and they change, and the proximity gets different. And it's hard to draw because they do move. And so I'm giving you a still capture, and that's kind of green looking and kind of wispy.
Yeah.
This is November of this year,
A lot of people
2023.
were seeing red and pink this morning
Oh yeah,
over
the
the
sky colors
UK.
are awesome currently, and a lot of that has to do with the Saturn's yellow moon as well, being in the sunrise and the refraction and everything.
The moon was really golden all day. It seemed really golden.
I was going
Even
to,
at 4:15, it was glowing golden, like a
Well,
golden.
with proximity of its Saturn's yellow moon being so close to us right now, we're going to get a refractive yellow off the right sided angle refraction, like a bank, and it goes in the geometrically, it will be the exact angle of the distance, which is geometry. It's like a pool shot. It's equal. The angle of the light is equal to the angle of the refraction upon the surface that it outcasts off of. It's not a
Christopher
different.
said he got a good capture of the spiral. So I would love to see that. So I don't know if you posted it or not, but let me know. I'd like to see it. But he didn't know what it was at the time.
Yeah, the spiral always leaves a cloud that is behind it that you can actually. It sort of looks like soft serve ice cream. It spirals if you were to lay it on its side. Anyway. um,
Right. I
Yeah,
probably
and
have a
that's of course where it
picture.
got its name from, is because we believe there's another smaller body slightly behind it, and the two of them create this dual sort of twisty spiral cloud. And we've seen it in very large close Earth passes where it's just left this immense streak across the sky, and then you can see it turn. That's what's always so cool is everybody
Yeah.
go, oh no, it's a rolling cloud wave, and I go, oh really? Rolling cloud waves turn, and then they go, and then you got them, and
Hmm.
this is what it is, and of course all this stuff, like lead asteroid got its name from because it was in the lead originally. when we first started seeing them come in from deep space. And then, of course, red, blue, green asteroid, skull asteroid, of course, is named because it looks like a skull and it's quite real. And so a lot of these names, and little sister asteroid and the tan asteroid, because in most of the shots that the tan asteroid was coming in, it was embanked in a lot of almost brownish dust clouds, and it's always tan. Yeah, there's the spiral asteroid, or yeah, that's the tail behind the
Mhm.
spiral. And this is, of course, where the name came from.
That's like a corkscrew.
Yep.
Okay,
And the green asteroid
Christopher.
has
Thank
been
you.
sighted really rather large all last week. It's getting bigger and blotchier, and there's a little bank of clouds. Or I still don't know how that thing is doing what it is with a little glowing orb like weird lights around it. It's weird. I have no answer for what that is. Yeah, cannot argue with those spirals.
No, everybody sees those occasionally, don't they?
Yes.
Everyone has seen it.
Yeah, and there isn't a pilot in the world that can do that many spirals and go all the way across the sky, or create a cloud that thick and big, you know.
Right. Right. Right.
And of course, we've documented the asteroid presence in the same pattern year after year after year, and we know they're real. Um, if the people like Mr. Dan on YouTube want to sit there and wonder what it is, well, maybe you're not doing the right sky watching. I don't know where you're getting your information, but I'm getting mine from around the world from citizen science. So maybe you got to rethink how
He's
you do
getting
things.
it from the news and the textbooks,
Yeah, and
and
well, yeah,
you
we said
know,
this, we announced we want you to look here, we want you to look here. Yeah. No, we get our information from around the world, Petty and Matthew and Michelle Mountain and folks in Australia and folks in Germany and folks in, all around the world, in Canada and Mexico and South America.
it's true. And we're not like sold out to a
Right.
corporation,
We've not gone
and
corporate. We're not trying
you
to sell
know,
you survival skills or this really cool knife set. Ginzu
no,
knives. Yeah.
we don't have really anything to gain out of it other than just sharing information. It's not like we're you know
When I'm in the middle of Armageddon, I get out my handy dandy Teflon proof cast iron pan to
oh
cook my
boy,
eggs. You too should try these Montana
yes,
made cast iron pans. Yeah, whatever. Whew.
that actually sounded really good though. You could do that easily,
Yeah,
so
I have spent
I'd
a
buy
little,
one.
little bit of time in front of a microphone, and you just
Right.
put your brain into commercial mode. Yes,
Yeah.
you too could have this once in a lifetime offer.
You're a natural, really.
Mail now before you forget.
Um,
That's PO box.
he's on a roll. Oh boy.
Yeah, and I haven't even finished my one cup of coffee yet
It's your
today.
side
So
gig.
God
Yeah.
help me. I'm on caffeine. Help me.
I know. I know. I need it all the time.
And this, of course, again, is the side of Nibiru with a tiny Satum yellow moon and a Satum over to the middle right. It's all three of them right there again. The little shield plate. See the little odd sort of shield front there? That actually looks kind of like a Star Destroyer, actually. I have to take that back. That looks like a Star Destroyer.
Oh boy. Right.
And we know
Wow.
it can be parked right there in front of that black square thing called the long box cube, which is
Yeah.
always there and has been there since 2019, and nobody talks about it. Yeah.
I.
I hope I didn't
You
get
know
loud in
what?
somebody's living room.
I was going to say something else. I think about is, um, like things like this. You wouldn't notice it just by looking at it. You'd have to like take a picture, and you might notice the shadow, how it's always darker on the sides of our sun. There's
Yeah,
always
yeah.
this dark swoop curve
I think a
in
great deal to do
area.
with it is reversing your brain over the time, since Skywatcher 1, where we've always talked about looking at the dark areas first. And
Right.
once I think that's the hugest part of actually sighting these planets, is just telling your brain to start there first. And once that becomes a normal habit, boom, there they are.
That helps. I agree. I mean, that's really
And I
where you
even
should
remember
start.
experiencing that once I predominantly kept telling myself, look at this, look at this, look at this. And when we were watching the sky cam, um, live feed from Antarctica, and back then you could go to 5 different stations. You could go to any stations just by typing it in, boom, boom, and you get a live cam of the Antarctica station and the view that you
Yeah.
wanted. And now you can't do that. Maybe that, because they've changed them, the access links over the years, and I've lost links, unfortunately, from losing computers. Perhaps it's me that's not finding them. But during that process, we had to actually relearn how to look at things and realize that these planets were so much bigger. And if you constantly keep seeing this thing, like here, this picture is an example in front of you. If you're constantly seeing the same shape on the same side of the sun, day after day after day, it's not clouds, it's something else. And once you reach into that and then start looking for the dark areas first, and then you see it over and over and over again before you know it, the patterns start to form in your mind. And then this is why some of the newer folks, of course, use the monthly drawing, and they go, once I matched that to that, oh my God, I knew exactly what you were talking about. And that's how this works.
These are just some examples of ISATM. I thought
I
maybe I'll
wasn't too
have one
thrilled
that
with that capture. I tried not to comment on
you
it
don't care
when
about
somebody
that
posted
one.
it on my site too.
Yeah. It makes the circle a few times a year, I think,
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
a
We have.
couple of
How many
years
times
old.
have we seen that one? And yeah, some of the old pictures come back around, and somebody goes, "Oh, it's new," and no, no, we've seen this, we've seen this, we've seen this,
Yeah.
and I don't know how many times people post my pictures. It's funny. I'll post something I dig up out of a way deep file that I haven't used in 6 years, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden it goes around that that solar envelopment picture that I posted the other day, showing a CME bursting going around planet Earth. I saw it 3 different places yesterday, you know, and the moment I post stuff, all of a sudden it goes around, and of course, some people
Right.
even claim it as theirs, and others, of course, don't even discuss where they got it from, or that that it is a
That's
stock internet
yeah.
picture. And people, if you're out there and you are doing some of this work, be sure to include as much detail as where you get this information, especially if you do get. I'm not asking. Or in a bad way. I'm asking in a nice way. Please do further the information so that we can get out. Um, and if you don't know what you're talking about, don't type it. I'm not saying you're intentionally doing disinfo, but be conscious of the info that you are handing out. And if you're not sure of the info, don't post it, because we don't want to spread a confectionery sugar on top of something that was great just the way it was. And that's, of course, an overdub metaphor, but point with it is we are all responsible for being accurate, and we take that very seriously at Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Montana Skywatchers, and Nibiru was already here, and all the other sites that we're part of. We all take the science very seriously, and after the last couple of weeks, my patience level with people that post stuff that is less than within the rules, I'm sorry, but bye bye, because we don't have time. We just don't have time. And please be careful what you are sharing to other people.
Yeah, that's why, like last week I said, if you don't know for sure what you're trying to identify, it's better just to put the location and the date and leave it at that,
Yeah,
versus
time of
trying to
day, direction you're
elaborate
facing,
and
stuff like that.
identify it until you're
And if you
really
want to ask a question,
sure.
then that's fine. But then you've also phrased it in a question. That way, other people who are new, don't take it as an axiom or true or correct, because you're asking. So, and it's okay to ask, and it's also okay to be inaccurate, because this is, of course, how you learn. When you make mistakes, that's what you learn. If you don't make the mistake, then you're not going to learn the difference. So just be careful what you do. And if you do we do try to help as many people as we can. We don't have time for everybody. And some people get mad about that. Oh, you never answer me, or and then they get mad. And it's like, wow, I never even saw your post. How, you know, and then they're, oh, that guy's a jerk or whatever, and I hear that all the time. Like, you didn't answer my question. I sent you 5 messages. It's like, oh, hundreds, guys. I get hundreds, you know, and we can't answer everyone. We do try, and that's what we do here. We're citizen science. We talk to people.
That's it. Right. And Stephanie asked about a new movie, Leave the World Behind. and what significance it might have. And I have not yet seen it. My
I
son
hadn't even
saw
heard of it
it.
yet.
Yeah.
I've heard
Okay.
about it. Hang on, let
My
me
Is
just
son
it on
saw
Google it
it.
YouTube? Is it in
quickly.
theaters? Is it on television?
I
What's
think
it
it's
called?
Leave the
Leave
World
the World
Behind.
Behind.
I don't
Hang
know if
on, I'll
it's on
Google.
Netflix. Maybe I don't know where he's
Hang on, I'll
watched
find
it.
out for
He
us.
could show me, but I haven't watched it yet, so I can't really.
Jillian's our Google search engine.
Yeah, it's
There you
kind of
go.
like
Oh
um
yeah, there we go. Leave the World Behind. It's on Netflix, guys.
like
That's why I haven't seen
their.
it. I don't
Yeah.
have Netflix. I don't
I don't
have
know
paid
what
television.
A
event
family
happens.
vacation on Long Island is interrupted by two strangers bearing news of a blackout. As the threat grows, both families must decide how best to survive the potential crisis,
Ew, sounds like
all
another
while
season of
grappling
horror.
with their own places in this collapsing world.
Dun dun dun.
Right. You think it's
Yeah,
like
I think there's
um
several of them like this. And then, you know, that M. Night Shyamalan? He did
yes.
a video way back where they were using the crop circles. Yeah,
Oh,
it's like they're
the crop
building up the suspense.
the
Yeah.
crop circles do pre-warn us what's going on, and they do that and they are laid out by drones, little mechanical things that like laser printers. Um, and they do lay out crop circles have many times given me the answers to what's going on with the Nibiru group, many times. And I use a lot of them because they are so accurate. We even found that there was a major crop circle that showed the two suns. There was a major crop circle that showed the lead asteroid coming around the outside of Uri and Atu. Do you remember that crop circle, Rebecca?
I'm sure
Yeah,
if
there's
I
one.
saw it, I would, but I can't just
Okay, yeah,
place
I've
it
got
by
I've
that
got a
alone.
bunch of those in the file. I stopped collecting a lot of crop circles. I wish people would actually start posting them again so I can see more of them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
cool.
I
We'll
don't
look and
direct
see if
crop
there's more.
circles for them.
Tracy's good at that. Tracy Clayton, that's on with me in my admin. She
Mhm.
always finds cool things like that. I'll see if she's
Yeah,
busy.
usually we have a lot of people that send a particular, there's guys that send me sun pictures all the time. There's people that send me stuff from this and that group. And over time, like I said, early this summer, there's just been a drop off in activity. And here
Mhm.
I too was getting sort of bored because I wasn't seeing information come in. And so I went back and I looked in the computer on activity log and everything and went to the graphs and saw and then backlogged in time. And it was just like, did everybody go on vacation or did everybody leave Facebook or have I bored everybody to tears or have our peanut gallery really affected us that poorly? And I think it's a Facebook thing. I'm not sure.
I think
I
people
had
aren't just
comments.
seeing, like, if they're not regularly visiting, they probably aren't seeing it,
Well, and there's
really.
also unsubscribing too. I hear that there's a whole lot of unsubscribing going on certain sites on Facebook as well as YouTube. And there's been
Okay.
comments from other YouTubers, the major bloggers, who have noticed that that's happening to them as well. And I'm sometimes wondering if this might be a monetary scam. And I hate to go there, but because I don't like reaching for conspiracies or going, oh, this seemingly is this or that without too much proof. But when the major YouTubers are saying it as well, and I ask you, go through your subscriptions, and if this is important to you, make sure you're subscribed to Montana Skywatcher 1 or 2 if you're a member, or if you're following me on Facebook, check your following status. And a lot of people saying, well, we don't even see your comments anymore, and I'm here every day.
It's true that a lot of things aren't there anymore because normally you would get like your notifications would be like stuffed, literally stuffed with
Yeah,
lots
and
of.
I'm getting on my news feed is a lot of times a week old.
I
You
get
know, I'm
things and you just get like 10 notifications. And when
right.
you go down your notifications, way down is all the stuff that you actually would have
Well,
watched.
I get some
Even
people,
you.
there was a coronal CME of, G class or B class or X class. Let's hope we don't. That big coronal hole that went by even last week and the big burst that we went through just the other day and got ham radio operation overdub all the way from South America through the middle of the United States just like 2 days ago. And I'm not getting those notices. And when I do get them, they're 5 days old and it's already passed. And it's going, what? So it's not even timely anymore. So there's something afoot that I'm not comfortable with. And perhaps that's going on with other people, maybe why. I had a friend of mine who I talked to regularly in Louisiana. Daniel, and he was telling us that we should go to X. So I don't know anything about Twitter and X because I don't
Oh,
have
oh,
a phone.
X. Really?
And he says that's
Why?
the bomb. Well, he says that our influence would be far greater if we did.
Okay. So yeah, I've never tried Twitter either.
And he said and he's a very, very smart man. And so I
Right.
figured I would
Well,
share that information with you because
yeah.
I
I
deem him
mean,
credible.
if I'm
And he,
preparing all of this for all I
he
should start,
because he has
putting it
walked
out
away from
there.
Facebook as well. And actually he's, living out
Wow.
in the
Oh,
swamp in
sorry.
the bayou and off grid.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's okay.
Yeah, and this
I'm
is
Uh,
just trying to
weekly
invite
Gillian
somebody
turning up the
new.
volume.
No, I'm trying to invite somebody new. The chappie that showed us the upside down
that's funny.
rainbow.
Yeah, I just got your pictures loaded, Jillian. So
I
I'll
Cool.
teased
have
about
them
the
here in
volume
a
thing. That's
second.
that's the thing in radio that we always, because I briefly worked at an FM radio station and everything, and I was actually on the air. But anyway, um, the top sounds of Three Dog Night. Yeah. Anyway, and we
I
always
just
had
invited the guy, so let's see if we've got another new.
anytime we ever did caller
So,
in where you were talking to somebody on the telephone years ago, and they
yeah,
had their living room radio turned up so bad that they would echo through, and so you could never talk to the people and record them. So I learned long ago in the industry that you have to before you go online with people, you have to turn your volumes down and then work your way up so you can hear them, but not too loudly because it will feed back through in a loop. And then you have an echo chamber going on.
yeah. David said there's more to Twitter than meets the eye. So I'm sure as big as it is, I know it's a
Well,
big deal. I
Daniel was
thought it was
saying.
more for like celebrities, but
Well, Dan, I don't know the format. I've never been on
uh
Twitter. I don't have a cell phone that I would use for that.
Oh,
Unfortunately, there's not a lot of time in the day.
wow.
I bet you
Perhaps
could
we should
access
see
it.
about pumping some shorts and
Uh-huh.
maybe using old excerpts of our show or whatever,
I got
or
plenty.
even clips of a small segment of this and that and the other thing where we could even use a
Right.
Radio Wasteland clip and some of your clips and jam them together into a compilation, whatever.
Yeah.
The
That's
gentleman's
for
just sent a
sure.
whole video of that. It is
Now,
beautiful. The
I
upside
go
down
back
rainbow.
I go back through YouTube and look at your older videos, Rebecca,
Yeah.
and of course looking at the view count and which one is grabbing people's attention. And I'd ask you
Okay.
to do that as well. I want you to notice, please, the ones that have over 1,000 or plus. We all went briefly spin out, so I might be
Huh.
patching out again. Um,
Okay.
uh,
So far, so
Go
good.
back and look at some of the stuff, and that might give you an idea of how the topic gathers people to actually watch the video. Thumbnails make a
Okay.
huge a part of what the thumbnail you put up is the amount of attention you draw as well.
Okay.
And a lot of people are
Vital.
unfortunately using bikini clad females, which on one hand I like. On the other hand, I'm sometimes hesitant or reticent to click on them because some of those sites you click on are not safe. Other ones, you don't want to be a perv, but yeah, yet you of course want to see somebody in a bikini. But anyway,
Yeah.
that completely sidebar of what the topic was. But yeah, as far as we could go farther if we have little excerpts or whatever someplace, I guess. Heck, I'm even seeing Keanu Reeves in shorts lately. So, I mean, whew, what a world we live in.
Oh, okay. Like shorts, like shorts or
Not wearing pants shorts, but as in short videos.
short video. Okay. Okay. I got it.
It
I got it.
just shows
Okay.
There
you
you
what
go,
we
thinking
think
It's
is
about
like
Keanu
saying,
nice.
Reeves in
okay.
shorts again. Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
know. I'm like, that's different. I've never seen him in shorts, so I don't know. But this one,
Yeah, doing the Matrix
did you?
bend.
I know that'd be a twist on that. Um,
Yeah,
I sent
imagine the
you a
yeah,
clothes he could
video of
sell.
Keanu
it.
in a bikini.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
I've
could do.
never seen that
He could
before
sell
either.
his own line of clothing. Including Bermuda
Right.
shorts and doing the Matrix
He
bend
might
with
as
as
well
he was
model.
dodging the bullets in slow motion.
Yeah. Um, Did you see this one, Sam? This photo here? I just didn't know if you
Yeah,
saw
I
it, but
did,
I
and
thought it was really.
it drastically looks like we're seeing the undershadow of the cube, and of course, to the left of the sun is obviously an asteroid. It could be the red asteroid, and of course, the white striped thing above the sun would be Attu's moon.
Okay. So I
Or no,
was
it
wondering.
could be lead asteroid because I'm size wise.
Yeah, that's what
It's
I
actually
was
too small to be
thinking.
Attu's moon. And of course,
Uh-huh.
on the right hand side, you see the little bit of an ion tail off the Satum Shallow Moon, and then on the left, far left, would be asteroids, and then Uri is noticeably higher. Note the distance between the horizon and the ground
Sure.
level in the bottom of Uri, which was part of what I had to draw in this month, because Uri is rising above the horizon. Before she was halfway cutting off the horizon for literally the last year or so, but she's now visibly above the horizon, and back behind her should be Saru. But in this shot, it is cloud embanked in, so we can't see way off in the distance.
Maybe something like this with that lead object near the sun. It's similar,
Right.
maybe.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of asteroids crossing, and that does also
Uh-huh.
affect
Oh,
the
look at
light.
that. Just go back to the picture. You could actually see
Yeah.
like a white object right bang in the middle
Yeah.
above the sun.
Right.
Like
There's
a
also a
Yeah.
little warble at the
I
bottom of the
know.
sun as well, and that could easily be the blue asteroid, because we know the blue asteroid is right near
Yes.
the sun still, and depending on where
Yeah.
you are, and this is of course another shot from Petty up in Budapest, and their view angle is different, and we have seen the blue asteroid very close proximity near the sun for a month and a half, 2 months. And this is out view. This isn't next to the sun or near the sun. 93 million miles is a long way. So
Right.
no, it's out view, and we see it in the out view. It doesn't mean it's anywhere close. And then of course there's the dark shadow, the square dark shadow over the top of this looks very cubey as well. And
I was gonna say just the darkness in general, like just in
oh
general, the whole
look how
sky is
shadowy it is
really
everywhere.
dark.
Yeah, I mean the sun hasn't even gone down yet, and yet the whole horizon everywhere you see is literally dark. And we've been talking about that weird odd play on the light for months now.
Mhm.
And of course, in the right hand corner there's dark blue, in the left hand corner there's a striped lighter blue, and Nibiru's over there on the right, and Uri's over on the left, and then this is partially, we're slightly shadowed by our full luminescence that we would normally get. That whole upper area on both sides of the sky is dark, and that's why everything is shadowed on the ground, even though it's not past sunset.
Right.
Yeah, the darkness, that chill, that
I've
sort
been
of
screaming about it for
cool
months,
effect.
and it's just like, you don't see that? You don't notice that everything looks weird? And they go, no, what? So it's gray and cloudy, no biggie. It was like, no, excuse me, this is completely not normal light.
Right.
Mm.
Let's see. Hi, Sunday. Sunday is with us, and she has a question. She said, when you said that the whole world's temperature at its original creation was
No, not at
90.
its original creation. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Was at 93 degrees, a tropical climate. How?
Generically speaking, if you were to take all average post formation of the planet, I mean, at one point in time, the surface temperature was 4,000 degrees. I mean, so not at creation, or 5,000 or 20,000 degrees, depending on how hot it was in creation. But anyway, no, average climatological, not including ice ages, because we've had 5/6, depending on which science you pay attention to, ice ages, and we are at the upswing of the last one, of our last ice age. And of course, man's arrogance believes that we won't have another one, but it's possible we will. Excuse me. The average temperature of planet Earth when it is not pole encrusted with ice on the poles is 93 degrees. We are a tropical planet in the Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
little clouds are so cute. Look at
And
them.
I got asteroids galore. And
Yeah.
You just look at it and you just laugh and think, how could people not see that that doesn't look like a normal cloud? I mean, how can it like how can it be that dark? If it was a
Yes,
little wee
it's
cloud,
dark
it,
again.
again
Right.
they're dark. And it's dark because look how
Oh, it's like what
the
Jose.
deeply blue
That's what
is
like what
squashing
Jose
the
says.
sun.
You know, if you have a question of what you're filming, put your thumb up. Here's a perfect example. Now I don't know if that's that might even be Little Sister, and to the upper or just to the upper right of it would be the red asteroid. So this could actually be Little Sister asteroid blocking the sun, while red asteroid is above and to the right, and then there's another Little Sister in front of it. Yeah, because they're in front of the red asteroid, which is actually shaped different than drawn here. It's a little got a weird square face and has a little lobe at the hindquarters to the left. But there are several other smaller, similar sized asteroids that hang out around the red asteroid, and we've cited this for 3, 4, 5 years now. And of course, you know, for expedience of drawing, I drew it round, but it's not necessarily round. And that,
Yeah.
at this time on the date, and this was in 12/20/21. At the time, that was where what the grouping looked like in our out view, which changes because at some point in time, lead asteroid can be way far away from the red, and that just has to do with the angle that we're looking at. So the actual separation view of them
Oops.
changes.
Hold on. Let me go back. This one.
Andrew
All
is
those.
talking about X refers to Osiris X. Well, yeah, Osiris has a great deal to do with a lot of this. If you go into Egyptian lore, you will see once you understand the binary solar system and the gods coming back to Egypt, they are the demigods from this other group of planets. And once you cross reference all of that with the Sumerians and all of that, it makes perfect sense, which completely blows out modern science out of the water. I mean, they're finding artifacts buried in rocks that are millions of years old that could not have even be made by humans, and they're finding it buried in coal and coal mines, and they're finding all kinds of stuff that's just completely blowing crap out of the water, including Göbekli and all of that, and the architectural cross knowledge of how they're blending stones that we can't even do to this day, where you can't even slip a credit card in between the cracks. So we know that there's tons of evidence of higher societies and civilizations prior to ours, and unfortunately stubborn, arrogant mankind and the British imperial science edict attitude is unfortunate, because that arrogance has a tendency to keep us blind as well as stupid. And this is what I ran into, of course, with science in the United States as well. So just because they say it is doesn't mean it is. And we know this about Einstein, for instance. But anyway, I could go on and on.
Yeah.
Hello, Nibiru.
Let's see. Right. There's a.
Yeah,
Can
that's enormous. Look
That's
at
the
it.
Ogden.
side of Nibiru, and probably Nana and Amel Saru on the side there in the upper by the name there in the upper left. And they look like two little round balls right next to each other. And I've seen that by eye well back 2012.
There it
So
is.
I know, yeah. And then you
There
see
it
it
is
right there
again.
too. There's
Like that.
illumination in that same area on the upper left of Nibiru. Nana and Amel Saru, and then you see slightly illuminated ion trail of a Satum shallow moon on the second one. And they're there over and over and over again.
And you know what always stands out is that drastic, difference between that, dark blue and then down at the horizon, that tan, yellowish,
Yeah, yeah.
color. It's not
And then
really
the side
blue
lit
or green.
illumination off the side edge of the planet.
Just like all of a sudden it goes from that pale color to a curved blue color. It's curved too.
And this is, what a lot of the sky painters try to break up our view of it.
Yeah.
You can see the straight line going from the middle lower center to the right upper corner, and there's that straight line, and that could very well be the base cloud line.
Yeah, they were doing it
Yeah.
yesterday. They were
And
just
axis
scribbling
tip of this
everywhere in
view.
stripes.
Yeah, they're trying to break up the eye so you don't see that perfectly round ball standing there.
I was gonna say let's refer back to one.
All right, it's cough drop
The
time already.
go yes, take care.
Hope you've got nice ones. I kept meaning to see it
It's
though.
kind of similar to that, that diagonal, you know,
Yeah, well, yeah, a lot of
uh,
these angles,
trail.
you learn to look at what's really going on up there, not what you first see. And that too, it's a practice thing. And then once you start cross-referencing the drawings, and that's why we draw them as simplistically as we do, is so that it's an automatic, easy reference. And that's why I use colored pencils rather than spend 2 hours trying to do a graphic design when I can draw it up in 20 minutes and then have it posted and then spend a few more minutes tagging it on my paint program here on my computer. And it's been the dartboard for a long time from a lot of people, but we can actually go back. And if you send me a picture that says, "Oh, hey, I got this shot in April of 2019," well, I can go back to that drawing from April 2019 and compare it to their picture, and they're accurate. It matches, which proves to you that the drawings are accurate, and also proves to you when that picture was captured. It's cross-referencing credibility. I would have to say that is a scarily very close ion tail or the front of the long box cube, because it is kind of square.
Okay.
And if you take into the side orb into account,
Wow.
that looks like the long box cube.
Um,
And
which
know where
part?
the
The striped
illumination is coming
part
from.
or
Excuse me?
oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
If you
was
look where the illumination comes from, you're judging the light
right.
angle. So it tells me the sun is way off to the left, probably
Yeah,
at or after sunset. So we know the sun is that direction, whether it's after sunset or not. This looks kind of square with probably the side, they have a side orb, remember? And there could be lots of stuff in that, but it kind of looks like long box cube to me. And it's above, that's why it's illuminated. It's way up high. Otherwise, it would be gray like the rest of the clouds.
got it. Yeah, I can see the angle that you're talking about. So I
Yeah, we've got
didn't at
that one
first,
drawing
but
that's.
that helps. And again, that curved blue shape, we've seen this several times already today
Yeah,
on his pictures.
and they
So
match time after. And oh yeah, and that's what blows me away. I'll whatever I'm watching on television, if I see the sky and you see that pattern, and boom, there it is, and you go, oh shit, there it is, and we've seen it so often that it automatically identifies itself to me. I mean, I've been brainwashed into seeing it, and not for the negative, but for the ease in which it jumps out at me, and
yeah,
part of
you can't
cracking Da
help but see
Vinci's
it.
code, the con of man. Aha, yeah. Somebody's doing some homework here. Yay.
Back on O blood type, right? Yes, I would love to know more too. I'm
Oh boy.
curious. I know.
I
I'm
want to
curious.
exist next week,
Can't help
guys. If
it.
I tell too
Uh,
much, I'll be in trouble.
don't. Yeah.
But yeah, you're doing your homework, Sunday. You're exactly on the track.
So
I would love to go into grave detail, and I will remind people that my information does not come from planet Earth, and I was told stuff from off world, and I'd like to
right.
see anybody compare that to anything that's on the internet. And I'm not trying to brag or hype you out or anything like this. It's just that my point of view because of this has been altered. I understand things in a different premise than I ever did before, and it took a long time to get here. And unfortunately, this isn't necessarily the world where everything's comfortable and we can say whatever we want on the internet and we're fine, because that's not true. And there are ramifications to everything you do, and I'm hopefully mostly aware of what's going on by me talking. But I was also, the non-disclosure agreement and all that stuff does not mean that that's over. It's over, but
Right.
is it
There's
over?
still,
Is there an end to me being watched? And we
yeah.
sometimes wonder about, because Jillian and I talk on the phone, we're disconnected. Rebecca and I talk on the phone, we get disconnected. That doesn't happen unless I'm talking to skywatchers. If I can talk to anybody who's not a skywatcher, and the phone calls just fine, never get clipped off, nothing. But when we're talking on the phone and we start getting to a point of information transfer, all of a sudden, click, and so
Yeah. That
so I'd like to
also
say more, but you're
happened.
you're on the right track, and go back and rewatch Da Vinci Code again, and then try to gather the factions and why those factions behaved the way they did, including the Knights Templar and all of that, and that will, and that's where the original term Friday the 13th came from. And then you have to understand that that Rome actually has a heavy hand that they don't want known about, and we'll leave it at that.
That's why they say all roads lead to Rome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You say
big time,
that's,
probably. Yeah,
uh-huh.
you could, for better or for worse, and unfortunately, and this is my opinion, the church has become that which it sought to destroy.
Hmm. Right.
It's
I can see
corrupted.
that.
It's unfortunately corrupted itself,
Right.
and that goes back to, they didn't originally put out the collection plate until 1444, when they decided to build St. Peter's Basilica, and that big ass, construction monstrosity that they have, that everybody flocks to Rome to go
Or the
see.
Lucifer telescope.
Or, well, any of that stuff. They're so vastly wealthy, it's unbelievable. Rome has more money than God.
Hmm.
Uh, that's a double entendre. Anyway,
Right.
um, yeah,
Like
I
Andrew says, that's where the real power is.
yeah,
Oh,
Not
yeah.
the
one of
governments.
one of the.
They
There are
control
other
the
powers
governments.
besides the
There are
Vatican.
other ones.
There
Yeah.
are many factions. So just about every country has a spooky sided faction that we don't know about,
Hmm.
and that is self evident with new daily news releases of stuff that we were never told before, that have huge ramifications, including the inability for the Pentagon to balance its budget for some reason for what, 8 years running now. And then it just drops, and then nobody ever does anything about it. And it's like, in how much is missing? Right. So, I mean, that's just one topic of 18 that I could pull out of the pocket right now. So, and I don't want to jump into, oh my God, conspiracy theory and all of this crap. And, we could go all the way back to
Right.
9/11 and blah, blah, blah. But that isn't safe, and it isn't productive either. So, um, hello, the side of
Right.
necessity. See the green up in the upper.
I
And
definitely
the
see it.
topic is that, that Kentucky and Tennessee tornado system that went through and wiped out those houses and stuff. If you
Right.
watch the footage on that, you don't see near anything that we have been seeing. They were normal tornadoes for once. And this other stuff that they've been passing off, that's going, oh, it's a supercell. No, that's been a lot of these have been close past necessity events, and that has changed because necessity has risen higher. So her effect has gone literally to more. It's hard to say exactly why, but it's literally changed its path over time, and we've seen that move with the cycles and the daily, monthly passings as well, of the area of effect and the angle of shear angle as they pass, how they affect our weather on Earth. And you didn't see any of that stuff that we just even saw 6 months ago, where these unbelievable, storms through Ohio and everything. You watch those compared to and then watch the Kentucky footage from a week ago, and those poor folks, they did lose a lot of stuff. They even found a baby hanging in a tree, which managed to survive. Yay.
Oh
Um,
my.
these, like this picture, for instance, this is a very big open core. You're looking at the bottom of a close passing planet Nepesi, and it's huge. It goes all the way from one end of the sky to the other. And then if you watch the Kentucky and Tennessee, etc. tornadoes from last week, and it's nowhere even close to the same storm. And I was so glad to see for once normal tornadoes that it was like gobsmacking, like holy cow, look how small that is compared. And unfortunately, they did some nasty damage because they were class 3 and they were originally called as class 1, and I just went no way. And classification system has to do with how many of the branches and if the trees are snapped off at such and such a distance close to the ground, etc., or if they're spun and broken. If a tree is completely ripped out of the ground, etc., that makes a difference in the scale. That and the millibars and all of that. But anyway, I digress into tornadoes. Go ahead.
No, I mean, so what you're saying is because they said though that it's not tornado season, that these tornadoes were not expected. There was not even a tornado warning. It was a storm warning.
Right,
But
right.
so it wasn't expected at all. I'm just
Well,
thinking
I
it's
knew that we were
so
going to run
strange.
into the 180-day cycle all the way into December.
Yes,
and
uh-huh. Right,
you
right. I
know,
remember you saying that. Right.
and so,
I just think,
I'm
I
pretty
mean, are you
accurate.
saying that the planets maybe were not directly involved, but do you think they
Well,
still
for
started it
example, the
off?
example is the difference in size versus the difference of what we had going on this summer has changed. And I mean, you look at this right here, the size of this cell. Now, normally you wouldn't see a storm. They would chalk this up as a supercell, but then you look over to the right or to the left, excuse me, and you see there's this big, huge blue object above it, and nobody looks to the top. Everybody always looks to the center of the oncoming storm, and they don't see that there's a freaking planet going close
Right
past
above it.
Earth. Now, this is thousands and thousands of miles away. The ISS is at 250 miles above us, and yet we can't see that. And you're looking at this object that is just, and I've always said this, it's amazing what we can see and what we can't see, because what appears to be vastly close to us is actually immensely away from us. And yet we don't judge the levels of depth very well because of our horizon line view. Because the farther you look out at the horizon, the deeper and more up you're looking. It's weird on the brain how we're on the side of a ball looking out.
It's quite
Right.
crazy. It's like looking through a fishbowl.
Right. And what we take for granted, I'm told it goes like at a 33-degree angle graduated
Yeah.
out. And at a 33-degree angle on both sides. And then you look, and it's sort of like looking at a magnification of what we're seeing. And that has to do with the water vapor in our air, and the blue hue, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, actuality, we have a reverse lens in our eyeballs, and what we don't actually see the object, we see the light on the object. Uh, and then it refracts and goes into our brain and becomes digitized and through electrical synapses. So, I mean, if you break it down, none of it makes sense that we even work and we're standing here talking today instead of slithering on the bottom of the ocean someplace, hoping the big thing doesn't eat us. Anyway, talk about degrade.
Gosh.
I'm
Oh
losing my
my.
mind.
I know. Here we are. Really, it
I
is. It seems
sometimes
like a
chuckle at
really
myself where
slim
it's crazy.
chance that things have evolved like they have, but they have. Yeah,
Oh,
I
but
mean,
they took millions and people don't even think, about millions and millions of years. I mean, a million
no.
years is a hell of a long time, and yet we're looking back, oh yeah, the dinosaurs died 65 million. That's a long time, and no one ever stops to think what happened in between that. I mean, what happened in between 65 million years? There's, the Paleolithic and all of this, and there's generations and all sorts of things that could have happened a million years ago, 2 million years ago. We could have had other societies on here 5 times over, and we wouldn't know it unless we found something that said that they were there. And we're finding all these artifacts embedded in rock and all sorts of stuff, and like, duh, you know. A tungsten spring that is embedded in rock and it's 200 million years old. Like, hello. And then we know that the Earth let's talk about Earth being just 1 billion years ago. I mean, wow, a billion years. How many races could have lived here then? You know, it doesn't make sense to say, well, we know this and this is final. And unfortunately, man does that
Right.
in their quest of understanding. They go, okay, chapter 10, end of the book. And they close the book and say, well, this is what it is. And that's not how it is. Because there's so much more that they don't even know than they do know. I mean, hell, we don't even know what's at the bottom of our oceans.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah,
quite interesting. I'm sure that would
You
be
know,
interesting.
they're discovering brand new life under
I've seen
Antarctica's
the
oceans.
things.
The
Yes, it's
Russians have been coming up with some stuff at the bottom of the oceans, that life forms that are just scary as hell and big and nasty. And I've been watching some of that stuff, of course, over time. I watch the sciences, and there's life forms we don't even know about. And I look at all the Bigfoot sightings, and look at all of the dire wolf sightings, and the skinwalker sightings, and the giant sightings that are all happening now. And I imagine some of that has to do with our availability, that everybody's walking around with a camera now. Not saying that they've increased, but I believe there's also an increase in activity in many, many different circles. Because if you were a
it
sentient
seems like
big,
it.
say for instance, you're a sentient Bigfoot, and you're living up in your cave, and you feel something's different and weird, and because you're living off the land, and you live by sounds of nature, and you hear these planets come, and you see these planets, you see the weather, that you live from your weather point of view. I imagine that Bigfoot would be entirely more paying attention to the weather than we do, because we're soft and we live in houses. So imagine if you knew that the planets were here and you could see them, because you're up in your mountain area away from all these other people's pollutions and light pollution, and you see these planets at night as well. So you'd be coming out of your cave more often, wandering around and having a look what's going on too, because to you the things would be changing as well. And that's what a lot of us are experiencing in different levels, from one extreme to another, all to the point to where people are barely aware, but they know something's wrong.
That's true. I know I see a lot of people over on TikTok that they know they're watching, and they discuss what they think it is or what it looks like it could be. They don't know for sure, but they definitely know something's off. So
And that's why our citizen science has taken the time to document all this stuff with a strict rule policy, so that we maintain a level of credible information and not get lost into all of these side stories that, oh, I think it's this, and it's a firmament, or flat earth, or any number of spectrums, all the way to even talking about QAnon beliefs, which we of course avoid with a 10-foot pole. um, because that's not science. That's a bunch of gossip. And unfortunately, there is a target market for that uh, group of information, and sadly, there is a standard group of people that believe far too much that they've been handed freely, and that, of course, to do with the school education system and trusting your government, I guess. I have far less trust for them than I used to. We'll leave that at that. So you have
far,
to.
yeah,
Our citizen science is just believing in what we're doing, and what we're doing has proved far, far superior to anything that's running out there. And I absolutely will stand by that. And if anybody cares to debate that, I would love to. Um, well, we'll go get Sam now. Yeah.
what?
How are you going to spin
Uh,
that shoe? Um, uh, our information is nowhere out there, and that just blows me away. You'd think somebody else would have got, well, of course, Planet
I
X
mean,
Hunter.
one thing that Jerry and I talked about, and our phone call got disconnected to our connection, and there was no going back after it couldn't connect after that. But um, he just feels like they're only going to let so much information out. That there's that much of a you know block on what we're sharing. They'll let so much out, and then that's it. That's why you get
I question the end goal. I often wonder, was like, is this going to pass by and we're going to be waving at them as they go out of sight here in a couple of years,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
and what's going to be from then? But gotta keep hoping that that enough people are going to get on board and actually just see this shit, especially since
Right.
now that we're having nighttime illuminations again, and you're looking at the visible transitions of light on this fast rolling stuff here. This isn't our normal light. Look how gray everything is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get the white
Just
gray as well. The
Yeah, and
white
I'm
gray,
wondering when
white.
everybody's going to just up and notice that, all of our lighting is wrong and our weather is wrong and our moods are wrong and the animals are behaving funky and people are getting sick all over the place and the rivers are drying up everywhere and these immense
Oh yeah,
storms
that
are going to
reminds me that it was in my news feed. The fish
hit
that a
pause
whole shoal of
oh
fish had come aground up in
anywhere
the
there.
Shetland
See the
Islands.
black line on the bottom at the horizon?
yes, I
Yeah.
do. Wow.
Everything above that rounded black line is planet.
Yes. Wow. That's
And look
another really
and
great
it's
nighttime.
illuminated at night. You can see the light refracting off the damn planet. It's right there.
Right.
And that black line is the actual sky. Everything below that is real sky.
I'll go
Hmm.
back a little
Same
bit.
thing there. And there again, you see how that white illumination? That's Attu and Attu's moon. That's why it's illuminated like that. And the
It's just
asteroids
like kind
rounding
of
up
a,
underneath it.
it's almost like a tan brown color at times, like
Yeah,
dirt.
it's like
Right. And
a
that's
dirty
where
color, a dirty browny
Yeah,
color.
and that's
Uh-huh.
where we talk about when the planets cut into the side of the sun, you'll always see an orange to brown effect, and it'll show you that it's something cutting into it. And that's that atmospheric muddying. In some cases, it could actually be land masses refracting the brown. But on the face of Attu's white moon, we've always seen the very bright luminescent circle face, even at night, of Attu's moon, and it illuminates off of Earth refraction even. And I'm not saying it's always that way, but you can see these planets move in over time. And then, this flaring of the light shows you there's a cutoff. Otherwise, you would just see the normal sun in a circle. When you see this flaring, it shows you there's something cutting off the light. Now, it could be atmospheric flaring of our atmosphere, but when it's this large, it's actually a planetary cutoff of the light.
I'm going to step aside for a minute and go check on Alan real fast.
Okay. Most of David's talking about debating about all the beliefs. Most of all religions come from Abraham. It's called referred to as Abrahamian or yeah, Abraham. So what? Anyway, make a check that if you will. And that comes from similar stories, all event based from the same region. And then you have Buddhism and Hinduism and Taoism, which is based from another similar region to the east. And then, of course, shamanism and stuff like that in the Americas, from Aztec theory to North American Indian shamanism, etc., uh, and Hopi Indians, and etc. They all go back to certain archetypes. And then we can, of course, talk about symbols of, if you want to look any of that stuff up, look up the symbols of an alien sky series by the Thunderbolts Project. They have a whole bunch of that information all stacked up in a phenomenal narrative. And I recommend it. I watch it all the time. Every time I watch it, I learn more. Um, they're all very similar. And we're talking a finite period of time here for all of these coalescent religious bases, and they're not even going back that far. We've had current Catholicism for X hundred years, and if you want to go back all the way to Constantine, that was in 395 or something like that, 375, 395 was when I believe that happened, where they made Jesus the Nazarene, quote unquote Nazarene, the Christ, which is the Christ is a state of office. It is not Jesus Christ. The Christ is a state of office, the head figure of Rome's religion. That was the title. And then, of course, the Jews had their own Nazarene as well, or Messiah, who supposedly died at Masada during the Roman siege of Masada. You can look that one up. And then, of course, Abrahamian religion, the Old Text and stuff, all goes back to Abraham and the Jews coming from released from the Sumerians during the change of the climate change at the, I believe, end of the last cycle, that the recovery. And that was also during a period of time where the uh, dynasties of Egypt were lost to pretty much, which are now known as the Palestinians as well. So there was a change of leadership in the middle dynasties of Egypt, including, so that whole region was asunder all at the transition of the last cycle because of climate change, serious drastic climate change, and civilization empowerment changes and the moving of the cities and the raising of the oceans. People don't take that into account. Sea level rose at that time as well because because of the climate change, we also had a melting of the poles, and anywhere from 200 to probably anywhere some 90 some odd feet or in elevation rise. There have been many different ocean level rising occasions, including 8,000 years ago, which is like two cycles. It's 7,000 some odd. I haven't done the math recently. 7,500, 7,300, something like that. I do it in heartbeat, but I'm talking anyway. Uh, People don't in Doggerland, all of that. People don't take into account that most of the civilizations that we know of usually exist near oceans for accessibility, fishing, civilization, travel, transport, goods and services, etc., import, export. And then over time, the water rose. And so we don't see a lot of the actual civilizations that were evidently around and we're missing because most of them are underwater now. And of course, if you look even back in the kingships of Ur and the Sumerians, all of their lower areas of wheat and crop generation were on those submerged lands as well because they were highly productive wheat bearing areas, which is why a lot of the falls of all of those kingships waned and waxed and changed over time, and why so and so battled this country and they took over, and then their kingship got larger and then got smaller, and back multiple faction wars all going throughout history of the Old Testament era days. I don't know why we're back there, but we're debating the religion. And these religious formations, of course, all date and cross mix with each other, including the legends of Baal or even the Greek legends having to do with uh, the Illuminati and all of that, and going into where the Greeks were actually dealing with a race of sub lizard cultures that lived in the earth, which they still do. And I believe I'm trying to think of the name of those guys. Oh yeah, the Magi. And there's all sorts of lore and mysticism and stuff that isn't even in modern science, and in a lot of ways it should be. And of course, people get lost and they go, "Oh, you're talking about lore and voodooism and hokey pokey spooky stuff." Well, a lot of this should actually figure farther into some of our sciences. Sort of, include it's Indiana Jones plus, because he had also the religious and the mysticism stuff as well slammed together with the archaeology, which was what made it a good movie. And I just recently saw that new one. I did like it. It was definitely Indiana Jones. Although the from the falling chases, the car driving, and people slapping each other and shooting at each other like all the other Indiana Jones movies. So it was a good movie. Uh, Suspension of disbelief was excellent. Uh, People believe Jesus died on the cross. And no, Thomas, religion will not tell you the truth, because if they had to tell you the truth, they would talk about all those things we were kind of hinting at that they don't want you to know, because that's in effect that part of the decree and plan of what's going on from above that they don't have control over, even though that control is actually fleeting and stifling and imaginary, because we actually do not own Earth, and anyone who's in power wants to believe that we do.
Yeah, that's hard
Oh,
to ever
yeah.
change that.
Rotation of the Earth is almost exactly 10 times the duration of the twin system. I think possibly all temperature are hidden inside numbers. Well, everything there's a geometry and a math to everything, and it goes all the way down to subatomic structure with chemistry, and chemistry is very basic math, and so all you have to do is understand the sidebar equations and how they work, and then that's why the sidebar equations are there, because they are bigger equations that are marked in finer ways to write them on the chalkboard. Yeah, it's there's a geometry, and all you have to realize is once you go to electric universe, it completely fits and tidal locks everything in, rather than adding that randomness of gravitation and this and that and the other willy-nilly and free. Granted, there are free floating asteroids and stuff in the overall. Those are to be a neutron rather than a proton. And you go into subatomic chemistry, and we are a dimension in a larger dimension with smaller dimensions in us. And there are 140 dimensions by my calculations. And I did the math for that in
You
public.
said it's
And
in us, like smaller dimensions in.
yeah, yeah. Did you ever
How does
see
that?
Ant-Man?
No,
Uh-oh.
I didn't.
Dun, dun,
I
dun.
know which.
The
Well, I
Avengers
think I know
series.
what it's about.
I have the Avengers series. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, there are finite dimensions, and there are expansive larger dimensions. And we are in ours in the middle of all the other ones, which is
Okay.
part of
So, are you
overall.
saying like the idea of there being an Ant Man is not too far fetched?
Well, as
Is
far as
that
having the superpowers that in your spacesuit that allows you to microscopically reduce in size, I don't know the math behind that one, but
well? Because I mean, there are a lot of movies though about people either shrinking or people
well,
being
yeah, but
bigger. You
that's
know.
that's not a known science to me. So,
Well,
I
no, but I do believe they're showing us
oh,
something,
I think anything
along
is
those
minutely
lines.
possible. I mean, if you're vastly scientifically intelligent, but to actually be able to create something like that is one thing. And then
Yeah,
you have Hollywood, which is an entirely different. That's like trying to attribute the credibility of Dune actually existing, or any of the other movies like
yeah,
Star
really.
Trek or Star Wars, or
What
even though
if?
we know that space is very much like Star Wars, or Star Trek. We know there's a lot of other people out there doing lots of cool stuff, and their technology is way, way, way more advanced than ours is. And yeah, Thomas says it's about quantum. Yeah, quantum mechanics. How interesting.
And I was gonna say hi to Mr. Pinhead. Jonathan is with us. So, hi there.
Yeah, light is sound equals light equals matter. Yeah, and here we see a rounding effect. I'm not sure if that's a
Look
camera
at
lens
that. Isn't
effect,
that
or it could be
strange? And then it cuts off. Like, what is happening?
a focaling off the camera, but I doubt it because it's not really in the sun. But it
It's
could also be a
But
focaling.
no, I was gonna say this right here, where that right there, I have captured. I've got that on different cameras. Not,
Well,
you
yeah,
know what
it
I'm
could be
saying?
an
I've
it
seen
could be
that
an asteroid
before.
focaling. It could be two light rounds coming off the
Yeah,
angle of the light. As that as you look, as the sun comes in out of the right corner, there's an illuminated, literal asteroid-sized object that's white briefly for a second, and that's when those
right.
form. So that could be a focaling through our actual light, where it's rounding around that object in a double, because we have two stars in a double uh, round. And if you go back, and you'll see in the upper right corner, watch the sun when it first comes in, there's this white object beside the sun that's illuminated. And I would lay money that that's probably either the lead or the red asteroid.
Hmm, cool. Christopher was saying, imagine shrinking down to the size of a human cell. That would just be
And
hard
then
to
be floating
imagine.
around, and you better have some propulsion, otherwise you're going to be lost forever. Yeah, and all the oh,
Uh-huh.
just hell, just walking around as a microbe on your own skin would scare the hell out of you, with that which lives on us and eats our skin.
Oh, I know.
We have creatures on us that live all over us that we don't even know about, and God, just type that into YouTube, and you're going to have the scare of a lifetime to know what actually lives on our bodies as
Yeah.
micro
They look
bio
like
life.
little monsters,
Yeah, we have
you
little
know,
monsters walking all over us, and
literally,
then you take a subsection of what lives on your carpet.
or parasites
Yeah, the
inside
parasites and the
us,
micro spiders by the billions, and it's like,
in us.
ugh,
Yeah.
you'd never want to touch anything ever again. And yeah, there's microcosm going on. I mean, well, hell, bottom of the ocean is a microcosm, the top of the sky, and even some of the astronaut talking about open space sightings, where some of this is
Right.
finally being released. We know that there's critters and life in space. We know that there's rods and swimming things and flying large things that are alive, and they exist on a different level than we understand. Just like there's multiple different life forms on all of our natural, like the moons of Saturn or Jupiter. We know there's life on there. We know there's microplankton and mosses and green things growing at even in cold temperatures deep in their oceans. And we don't have any way to get in there to actually film this creature or that creature, but we know there's creatures living in there if they're warm enough to live besides the vacuum minus 450 degrees in space. If they're in a warm, semi-warm atmosphere, or even deep pressures of the ocean, we didn't expect life to be down, 30,000 feet. Anything? How could the pressure? How could it live? And 100,000 feet down, and there's things still living down there, and it would crush us and turn us into jelly if we were down there. But these things are living down there. So we have to expand our belief of what living ability is, or the zone of what can live or can't live. Yeah. Freezy Peach,
Right.
Gillian seems to have gone somewhere.
Yeah. She'll be back. I don't know. I didn't even know she was gone
Yeah.
till we closed
Yeah,
that out.
I
So
had looked away as well.
she's quiet. But hi, Freezy. Hi. So happy you're here. So I was gonna show you. Take a video here a second. It's something, it has nothing to do with the sky, but I don't know. I thought of you, Sam, when I saw it, and I thought,
Okay.
well, and I don't want to send it to you on Messenger because of what happened that time.
Okay. Well,
You
just
remember?
do what you got to do.
I know.
We're easily distracted today anyway.
Uh,
1 hour
or
52. We're still doing citizen science. We're still talking about the sky.
oh,
We're
for
still talking
sure,
about
we're talking about good stuff.
we
Um,
got to stretch another show out
People
of this.
love all the
I'm only
off-topic
joking.
stuff. People love it.
I
Okay,
wondered what we were going to talk about today anyway. So.
let me hang on 1 second. I heard Jillian. I heard her.
And for
She's
new people out there, the reason that you don't see me talking is because my internet feed is so bad I cannot run my camera and microphone at the same time without patching out nonstop, which is what happened to me at the end of last week's show on Tuesday. I was booted off because my internet was not keeping going, so I kept coming in and out, sounding like a robot, as Jesus said. So that's why you guys don't see me. Okay, what are we doing here?
I don't know. I watched. He was on live. I sat there and watched him on live, and that's what he was doing. He was just had that piece of foil, and he was pushing it with energy of some
Also
sort.
wind from his hands.
No, no, not that, not that.
Well,
I
yeah,
watched
we
him
have.
for like probably 30 minutes. I mean, it went on for a long time. It went on and on and on, but there's not that much wind.
Well, we do have, we are electric.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you all think? Thomas says
Well,
it's not real.
I've done stuff like that, but never,
I'm gonna try.
never
See,
aluminum foil. I
I
never
mean, it looks
tried
like
that.
it's being pulled.
Yeah, we have an electrical magnetosphere, and your hands do have, a radiating existing field around them,
Christopher says
and that is a
yes.
receptor where if you did have electric, you could hit it nail in that piece of metallic.
Yeah. Thomas says
So
no. So we have undecided, but
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I
like
don't know.
that guy
I
that
wasn't
bend
there to
you get
stand.
or bend the
If they have
strings.
a ceiling fan sitting halfway across the room and he waves his
Oh
hands and pushes
man,
enough air, at
right.
added existing air, where you could get it to
I
blow
mean,
just enough where it doesn't move until you give it that little extra nudge.
okay,
So I wasn't there to judge the conditions, but it's entirely possible. The man has a very highly electrical set of hands, and he can, with aluminum foil, you could probably, it's like a sail. And if you're hitting it with
yeah.
electricity, you
I'm gonna
could win.
try it. I am
It,
gonna try it when I
you know,
get. I'll let
You're
you
gonna
all
get
know. I'll
yourself some
video.
tin foil and do that.
If I
Wow.
can do it, you're gonna find out here later. So,
okay, yeah, it's entirely within the
but
realm of possible.
I just didn't see how that much wind could come
Well,
from.
I
I
can
don't
take
know.
a tablespoon and stick it on my forehead, and it stays there. So
Well, that's not
I
something
can actually
everybody
I can
can
fit
do.
seven. My record was 7 tablespoons.
Oh, you're wow. I'd like to
Yeah.
see that.
And you
You
can you
know,
can type into you. There's Asian
that'd be
people. A lot of
pretty.
Asian people can take like a hand iron, the old fashioned hand iron, stick it on their
Yeah,
chest, and it'll do the same thing. Has to do with the
Hmm.
magnetic heart and
really.
all of that. And with my head, I put tablespoon up on my head and it stays there.
Wow. I was
You can
gonna say
even
it
look down.
sounds
I can even look down with it on my forehead.
cool, but then I think about all the trouble it causes you, so it's not that cool, I guess, so
Oh, we are electric. We are electric creatures living in an electric universe.
do it,
And
everybody. I'm
the
going
more you
to.
research on that, the more you learn.
We're gonna find
And
out.
I posted that video for everybody all last week where believing has its own level of magic. And when you do the homework and you do the study and you find out good information that fits that you can practically work out in your mind. And once you believe these things, all of a sudden these things start working for you. And that's what we try to teach.
I mean, I can see that has
There's so much
helped
more.
me, with the videos and the everything I work on,
Yeah,
because
no, I
I
know what my
believe
kids are
it
going to do ahead of
because I
time.
can
I know
see it.
what people are going to do ahead of time. I see scenarios occur twice because you see it coming and then you see it actually happen.
Yeah.
And every time that happens, I just sit there and smile, because like, okay, I knew this was coming. And it's happened so often recently, ever since the 2010 ascension happened, and over time it's gotten better and better and better. And I know a lot of people out there are discovering this as well within themselves. And that, of course, is why a good portion of people who are here for a reason because they're supposed to learn about this information. And I'm not going to try and embellish and stand here and brag about that and all of this, but that is basically what is going on. People who are supposed to find out will. I wish a lot more people would find out. We're doing what we're doing, and we're not fabricating this. We're not making it up. This has happened. We've watched it. We watched it since the beginning. We watched it before anybody else out there was even talking about Nibiru. There were like 3 videos on it when I started, and they were all absolutely inaccurate and mostly dealing with the Zacharias Sitchin's information base. So, and then of course, he was just one source who was trying to translate the clay tablets, the Sumerian clay tablets that he had found. And he was, of course, a pioneer in a very large opening of the Anunnaki and all of that information. And then, of course, it heartily cross references into Arab and Egyptian um, cross reference and archetypes, etc. So it's a very large opening to a much needed field that I'm glad everybody's finally starting to discover because this has a huge basis of fact and truth behind it, which is why all of these carvings were made over the centuries to warn people and why a good portion of the people who are in power currently do not want us to know this information.
Right. That's
Atu,
why
atu's no.
they go at it so hard on the internet trying to push people into thinking all of this is like harp and man
Oh,
manipulated,
I think a lot of people do that all on their own. All you have to do is plant the seed and they're off and running.
exactly. But right, they steer people that direction every which
Well,
way,
I don't
and
say that they steer them that way. I think they allow them to speak with more ease than we are. And
uh,
the negative gets out, whereas the stuff that's, documented and we actually spend the time to do the actual science is suppressed, and we're affected, and here we are.
Yeah. Is this a cool picture or what, though? Like you said, Atu's moon in front of
Yeah,
his
it's got to be
city.
Atu's moon. If this
Or
is recent,
Atu,
then
yeah. I see.
and then of course we're looking at the red asteroid coming in from the left-hand side at that
So you're
same angle, which
saying
is just fitting right into the picture, which is where that
the
weird, odd, non-rounded lump in the middle, just above the sun, is.
right.
And
So
you
the
can see the
blue
shape of the red
area,
asteroid as well, rounded with a semi-flat face and almost teardrop shape toward the left.
so the blue area, are you saying is
Yeah, the
Atu?
blue area above Patchy is Atu's moon.
Right. But above the sun, the blue
Yeah.
area above our sun
Oh, well,
is
that's regular
Atu's
sky.
moon,
There's regular
regular
sky
sky.
back there. The edge of Saru is there. That's where the reddish left-hand side is, and you can see
Okay.
the angled down light sides of it, green blue. And
Yeah.
then on the other side, on the far right, is the side of Nibiru, and that is the little light to darker blue area on the far right, above the guy's signature name. That's where
Okay.
Nibiru is. And
Right.
of course, we have a normal bank of clouds, if not the spiral asteroid going in front. Who knows?
Yeah.
But there's just a normal bank of clouds, and the sun is peeking out from underneath the normal, our normal atmosphere. The top of our atmosphere above is the light blue, all the way to the baseline of white illuminated clouds, which shows you the edge of Atu's moon and the
Yeah.
um, red asteroid.
Cool. Again, really weird shadow colored, just kind of dark looking. So I'm just really seeing that a lot lately. And this was pretty.
There again is
Again,
Atu's
Atu's
moon.
moon. Yeah. So I would have thought the blue area was like Atu behind it in front of above our sun.
Not in this shot, it would be higher up. You have
Okay.
Uri on the
So
left, and you have Nibiru on the right.
yeah.
That's why
Okay.
that V-shaped lighting is coming through,
Yeah. Wow.
which is that
I
same
can
shadowing issue that
pretty
we've been seeing,
much
and for months now. Because they're there.
look at your
It's why
drawing
we don't
again.
see the sun as bright as we should. And in sort of a way, that's a good thing because we'd probably be frying right now. It's a good thing we have a little
Right.
bit of shadowing going on. We're warm enough as it is, and snorkel. That's bottom of Nepacity drop snorkel coming down, forming. It's a rather mixed formation in the middle of it forming, so that's why it hasn't bent circle full yet. But I bet you the next 3 pictures after this was really cool.
So Christopher. He's asking about. So everyone I see is talking about Nibiru that it's red when in fact it's dark blue. Is that correct? And
Yes, it's
that's
dark blue, and anybody who is
yes.
still talking about Nibiru being red is about a decade behind the information.
Right.
I mean,
Um,
that's internet,
the red
first
planet is
original.
Isatum. They're just
Right. The red
mistaken.
winged planet is a Saturn with the Saturn's yellow moon, and we believe she also has 2 smaller moons, which is part of what the ion tail is all about. And snorkel.
Right.
Yeah, snorkel. We know that Nepacity is smaller, and she
That's just
rotates, and
normal.
when
It
she
is
comes close
now. It's
passing
the
into
new
our
normal.
atmosphere, that rotational south pole of hers creates a weather vortex drop snorkel that sucks up atmosphere, et cetera, et cetera. And then when Nepacity finishes the close pass, it releases all that atmospheric gathering that it has raised up and is held in stasis. And when it pulls away, it drops in a rain bomb, which we've also documented for many, many years.
Hmm. Sunday is asking a question about how to turn on the unused portions of the human brain.
First thing you do is you go outside and you put your feet on the ground barefoot, no shoes.
Uh huh.
Start there. Then you tell yourself that the Earth is handing you hum cycles of 235 volts, which Tesla knew about. Then you tell that electricity to go up through your feet, to your knees, to your hips, to your chest, to the top of your head, and floating out above your head, and then back in a circle down to your feet, and then back through you in a cycle. And you just hit the on switch. And when you get goosebumps from all of that happening, you keep those goosebumps running, and then learn what happens to you as you achieve enlightenment from practice of doing what I just described. That's how you do it. It's quite simple. It's just touching the ground with your bare feet. I don't recommend it on ice. you know. Um,
Right.
it's part of grounding and Om chant and learning about the chakra towers and development. You got to go through stages before you hit complete enlightenment, and that has to do with your harmonic vibration, which also has to do with the color of your aura and all that. It's all connected. When you go through the first
So,
stages, you go through first colors, your first chakra stages, and your aura turns to that color. And then when you achieve more, and there is a process involved, and a lot of it sometimes is self growth. You go through spurts of development, which has good and bad benefits. You will achieve certain negatives, uncomfortable points, but you have to go through those. Um, I recommend listening to what's his name. Oh God, now I can't even pull. I start bringing him up, and then I can't even think of his name. Anyway, yeah, they're. We'll just leave it at that. Now watch. 3 minutes from now, guy's name will come back to me, and I can't. It's on the tip of my tongue, but it's an Asian guy that I listen to a lot of his talks on, and I still can't pull his name out of my head. I hate that when I can't get names. Anyway,
it's right there, and you can't.
all right, chewing a cough drop
I
as we
know.
speak. I'll get this thing out of my mouth before I choke. Done that too often.
Well, I thought this was
Prem Rawat.
different.
The guy's name is Prem Rawat.
Oh boy, I would not have
And
known that.
Prem Ruwat, Rauwat, something like that. Ruwat,
Yeah,
yeah, Ruwat, Ruwat,
that's what I
something.
would have
If you
said
type
too.
it in the YouTube, will.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Prem Rawat is a very, very
Yeah.
good teacher, and he's been a teacher since he was a child, because he's of a caste where they sought him out at an early age, and he's of course learned his job very well. Whether or not he's actually a very, very wise man, and because he's raised to be. So when you have a role, you learn it.
So we have a Facebook user says, I've been to Mountain Masada and have never heard of that information you mentioned. So
Wow, I'm terribly sorry. Yeah, that's where
yeah,
the Jews went to hide from the Romans, or a certain sect of Jews, because there are many, and they had their chosen one along with them. And they, of course, in the end, they battled while waiting for the Romans to build that great big sand bridge all the way up to the side of Masada.
But they had a video about that.
In the end, and yeah, there's video, there's movies about that. In the end, the last remaining few committed suicide or something like that. So of course,
Yep.
we weren't there to write that. The Romans didn't
It was
burst in
called
and slaughter
Masada.
everybody. So
this is Jerry, by the way. That's who asked that question or made that statement.
awesome,
So,
good to know.
yeah.
Yeah, but they had a video, they had a series on. I mean, we even watched it in South Africa. It was called Masada.
Yeah, there's a lot of information out there, and they've done archaeological digs, and fingers of necessity.
Look at that. I mean, that's normal.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I grew up with clouds like that. I don't
Uh-huh.
know. I don't see any issue here. Gosh, I was
The
looking for
gods
your
are up in the
drawing.
theater, and they're watching us.
Well, it's either like that
I'm
or
joking.
somebody mentioned, I think it was Christopher maybe, about like if we're not thinking about the little monsters that are on our skin, then are the gods even thinking about us? Are we insignificant to that
Well, it just
degree?
depends on which
Or
level of gods you're referring to, because I mean,
right?
we're of course there's many demigods in between at different higher tech levels.
I'm sure there is a level that is connected with us. And like, how I'm fond of my cats, and maybe we're like a little pet. I don't know.
Well, no, we were placed here. We were created, and we're not the first version. Um,
Right.
to mine the commodities on this small rock type
Right, but
planet.
maybe there's a God that looks at us more than just, a work animal. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
there are.
Like,
Yeah, there. This is part of what we talk about the decree, the suggestion that
yeah,
some of us should be allowed, which is part of the plan, which has been in place for over 2,000 years. And this is part of the upgrade that is planned, and it is happening. It's just not happening for everyone. And then every time the 3,654-year cycle occurs, there are far less of us afterwards because there are drastic climatary and geological changes that occur with the passing. And that's why Nibiru is called Nibiru, which means the planet of passing. And the reason it's named such is because it's a damn close pass. And all of the brothers and sisters. And of course, I think a great deal of the information what blows people out of the water right away is the suggestion that there's six other, if you include Imaru, seven other. I don't usually don't include Imaru in the count because it's a planet, yes, but it's more than what it is, and people get confused about that. And I just suggest you study. I can talk to you independently. I don't want to throw it out there to confuse everybody, but there are six other planets. And once you throw that out on the table, then they go, "Oh my God!" and then they get frustrated and don't want to learn anymore. And the cool part about it is it's all part to us because we got to watch it occur. We watched them come in one after the other. So we were all slowly over time generated into the full story. I love the planetary discharge. This is, of course, the bottom of necessity. See the open core,
right.
the bubbly
Yes.
mixed middle of, and the dark area in the upper right, we're looking at that is the edge of the open core. And this is a planetary discharge. They do not crash into us. They repel. They push away. And this is thousands of miles above us, 10,000 miles, but in our out view because of the illumination. And this is
Did
why
you?
these massive lightning bolts that are coming down, they're huge, that are purple and blue. And we never used to have purple lightning ever before. And it always used to be white or light blue, or I think occasionally green years ago. I don't recall really seeing green, but I think we said, that mixed with northern lights and all that crap. And we've seen this repetitive pattern underneath on the base cloud so many times that over the years we've understood what it becomes and how. And now we got to watch them get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And of course, this is why we can see what we see because we've learned over time what it looks like. And you learn it.
I was just gonna say a couple of nights ago, 2 or 3 nights ago, New York had a big power outage, and right away the cover story came out. I don't even remember the cover story now, but I mean, all I could think was close pass. I got the videos. I have to go back and watch it, but we've
Yeah,
seen that happen before.
they're now announcing. I saw a notice on the science thing on smart TV where they're talking about how we have now had. They believe we've had three Carrington events since the 1880s, and they had
Mm,
previously thought there was only one. So they're sort of getting us read. Hello, Green. We know what you are. Um,
yes, look at that. Green and orange, that combination, all is usually a synapticity is there.
yep, yep.
Green and
And
orange.
big zigzag clouds. Look, I mean,
And the
the zigzag
fingering going down in
fingers.
the straight lines, and we see the sort of a base cloud where a tipped axis, etc. See, and over the years we've learned these things because they are so. And we've watched this. We've been watching the series, and we're in chapter 12 when everybody else is first opening the book. So try not to ruin the story, but guys, everybody catch up. Come on, read quicker. Homework, homework, homework. I say it all the time. And we're not making this crap up. And if you don't believe it, I'm terribly sorry, but you haven't spent enough time on it. And it's proven. It's I can't. Whoo. I can't reiterate that enough. We've been doing this for so long, and it matches over and over and over and over for years. And this is where we know where we're coming from because it's real.
I was looking to see if I had any more examples, just maybe right at my fingertips, but maybe not.
I'm gonna go
I
get a
just
Coke. I'll be right
realized,
back.
yeah, go ahead. I just realized Carol Ann isn't here.
Oh,
I
she
mean, I
said
just got this.
that she's busy. She
Yeah, I
couldn't.
think. Yeah, well, I would miss her. I miss her being here,
She
but
said,
I
I
seen
need
her.
to tell you something later, so just remind me. Mhm.
Okay, she needs to tell you something later. Okay.
No, no, no. I need to tell you something
Oh,
later.
you need to tell me. Oh,
Yes.
okay. I got it.
Uh, I can't
Let's
seem
go
to find
on.
Sandy. I've been put.
Sandy.
Yeah, I can't find his or her profile.
Our sun
Hmm.
in front of a bigger
Maybe
sun in
they
front of
can
a big
message.
old brown blob.
If
Yeah.
I mean, also, Sandy, if you're trying to find Jillian, um, there's more
That's
than one
fun because there's
account.
about
It's
five of them.
tricky. I was gonna say it's kind of tricky. It's funny though. I mean, her and I message on two accounts regularly,
Yes, Thomas.
and
We do not go too far over that spectrum, but we just go Da Vinci Code.
gotta watch that movie. Okay,
Or Michelangelo
I have to.
or yeah,
And Katina, hi Katina, and she says,
Bellini,
I believe this crap. She believes it. Yeah,
Pythagoras. Yeah, don't get me started about dear brother Pythagoras. Anyway, um, well, Katina, I hope you believe this crap, Sam. Or
mm,
um, we spent a lot of time going through a lot of information through a lot of folks in this last decade, and we had a lot of people after us in arguments, and so we've spent a great deal of time making sure that we are not talking out our noses. And I take no offense by your statement, by the way. I don't mean to go there, but I'm just trying to cover the whole spectrum of the scenario. We went through other people's sites that were, some sister sites, and then they went off venturing off into crazy terrain and conspiracy theories, and some sites went off into flat Earth, and some sites went off into QAnon, and then some folks are off into their religious deep dives and all of this, which is great. Fine, let them chase what they seek, and I hope they have their spiritual answers that they're looking for. But we are doing, of course, trying to stay on topic with the passing planets and Nibiru and sticking with the base information. And that's why we believe what we believe because we have done the research. Hello, Purple.
Lots of
right.
purple.
I mean,
Yeah.
I believe it because I can see it too. You know what I mean? It's like,
Right, and
yes,
we've
the
had the
research,
opportunity to
and you
watch it
can,
over a long period of time,
yeah,
with
it's so
especially when the drawing
visible.
compares. And yes, I'm going to pat myself on the back. But we know what this is right here, and we know this is the onset of Uri and the asteroids
Wow.
because they happen every year at the same time.
Yes.
Year
Those
after year after year, we've
asteroids.
watched this cycle occur. And this is the same event. And you can go back to the Boxing Day event pictures over that uh, soccer stadium that we have. I believe it was 2018. And this event occurred over England that was just unbelievable in the sky. And they had these like 110-mile-an-hour winds, and they literally had to shut the entire stadium down. But it hit them so fast, people couldn't even go anywhere.
Mm.
And we have those pictures still, and they year after cycle, ta-da! Here it is. The December Boxing Day event. Within cycles, within a period of close, with couple weeks each other. And we have these repetitive events, which has also helped us to develop a dialogue or a storyline of what happens during the 180-day cycle, and how we'll watch and come early March again, or maybe even sooner. I don't know. It might even be continually straight through, where we're seeing events that we never saw before, and yet we've seen similarities. Especially, you may have noticed recently, Rebecca, how some of the old patterns are from a few years ago, 2018 and 19, are starting to match the old drawings because of
Right.
the height,
Yes.
because they were in the glory days of how really close they were to us and the close passes. And now
Right.
that they're going above and past Earth, which is why we're seeing the nighttime illuminations and such, because the light is, we're looking, when Earth is dark, we're looking away from the planetary group. But yet, if they're over the top of us, we're now seeing illuminations of them, and colorations will be even stronger as they go more distant. But that will be in the immediate next few years. But anyway, because of all of this, we have seen old patterns reforming in new ways, and that was the whole loop around the topic. Was I was trying to describe that we're running back into the old cycles that we recognized already that happened just a couple of years ago because of distance, proximity, height, and orbital axis differences, and that also happens to do with our winter orbit versus our summer orbit, which is also why we're seeing this weird El Nino stuff and all this other stuff, which is directly affected by the passing planets. Look, a normal
Is-
rainbow.
Yeah. Oh, is it normal? Oh, I saw a rainbow behind it. I thought, well,
Well, yeah,
maybe.
and I always
Look
say
at
two
that.
suns. I always
This
say,
is
since we
Andes.
have two suns, we're obviously going to have two focal flares. The
Uh-huh.
brighter one in the front, and then the less bright one, because it's being blocked. The light off of our sun is in front,
Yeah.
and then the light off the larger, brighter star is actually being sort of blocked by our star, which is a good thing. And then if separation is occurring, which we kind of have hints that our light, our UV light index will probably magnify increasingly, which is why the sun
Okay.
burns so bad as it does now. If you let it on your arm for longer than it used to be, you used to be able to go out in the sun for hours without even feeling it, and now it's within the first minute and a half.
Sure. Yeah. This is Andy Pulls in the UK. So
Okay, thank you,
it
Andy.
was, yeah, yeah. I would
And
have loved to have seen that in person.
he's a moderator at Montana Skywatcher.
Yes. He's going to be
Anyway,
on this show again soon. We're
good.
going to get it lined out. But he told me that he would, join our show like on a monthly basis, so he'll be a returning, guest host. So, and Christopher was saying about how bright the nighttime sky has been more illuminated, which is the new normal.
Yeah, in Las Vegas, you're in a whiteout zone from the light pollution alone. And I don't advocate driving out in the desert, but I guarantee you it's a far more uh, cool sight if you do. And then altitude, and Jesus has realized this as well. The higher up in altitude you are, the easier it is to see the planets during the day and at night.
I'll be right
There is
back. I just need
light
to.
pollution. Hey, you can't leave.
Okay,
No
go
one
ahead.
was. Yeah, teacher, I need to go. Okay. Aha.
I say, I'm going in a minute, teacher. Also, I'll have snacks.
You have permission. Here's your hall pass. The big stick of wood with the key on it and all of that.
I'll take my sweeties with me.
There you go. Hard
um,
call on whatever this is, but it's definitely, you can see the
yeah, that wasn't the
absolute
right.
separation.
Right, that wasn't the one I was even looking for. Hang on a second. Hmm.
Well, I'm dizzy now, looking up and rotating.
Yeah, well, those
Whee!
ripples, kind of do that, don't you think?
Yeah, and
Those ripples
I
do.
always
I
tell
don't
everybody,
know.
pan really slow, otherwise we're all going to get sick. You know.
Yeah. Um. Take that down. But that
David
is
Greaves.
strange. That's not
David
normal
says
in this.
Velikovsky. I wholly agree. Unfortunately, Velikovsky had a tendency to slap too much Jewish religion into the mix of his summations and understanding that he had a tendency to spin true scientists out of the woodwork right away and go, "Oh God, shut up, man!" And his science was true and wonderful, but oh God, did he mix in too much religion? and it made a very, very long and droll book. And I read that as a teenager. I think my dad handed it to
Oh,
me.
and let me see. I'm thinking this is maybe Jerry
We still need
asking.
background music, dang it.
Let me see what I can do. I know.
It really does add,
It
because here
does
I
help.
want to play it now, but I would feed back and I wouldn't be able to hear you. And
I
yeah,
gotta
maybe I do
find
need,
some good music that
I,
doesn't have a
I need a
copyright on
headset
it.
that I can plug in here with the earphones and the microphone, then I can play music on the computer, and then I won't have that issue.
Yeah.
Perhaps I'll get myself a Christmas present this year.
Um, a little
I've
something.
been trying to save all year long for the good little girls and boys, and who's on the
Right.
naughty and nice list
Right.
and all of
And
that.
for everybody that's donated, I sent Sam money yesterday. The
Yay! Thank you, people.
remainder,
Thank you
right?
for everybody
And
that.
I don't
I don't
want
want to
to
know how much till
say
it
how
gets here. Wait
much.
till the surprise.
Yeah, I don't want to say. Okay, that's
Don't tell me.
fine. I
Don't
won't
tell me.
say.
I'm hoping.
Okay,
I did put up a note to people on
it's
Skywatcher
a good
2 the other
good
day that
amount.
we were not making our quota, and I'm hoping we can. But no matter what, we're going to try and shoot for that the target for the gifts. I'm going to try and get them,
Right,
and I
right,
may have to
right.
bend a few pieces of wire to get there. That's a
Oh
bad
boy, I
metaphor.
think
I was
think
reaching for a
twice
decent
sent
metaphor
you.
and I couldn't find one. Pieces of wire. I'm
Yeah.
going to bend a few things to get it there. So
Ah,
this too shall
see, try
pass,
this
and
out.
we're going to get there. I swear, one way or another. Hook or crook, as they say. I don't even know what that means.
Right? What does that mean? I'm sure it has a deeper. I bet Thomas knows. He knows a
Oh,
lot.
I love those things, like the origin of the word blackmail, or
Uh,
sabotage, and every time I ever read any of that stuff, I just eat it up. It's like, yes, I want to know where that word came from.
so I'm thinking this is Jerry, but they're asking who is the face on the Shroud of Turin. Do you know?
Oh, frankly, it could be anyone. If it could be anyone. Um,
Okay.
uh,
You're not sold
and
out that
of
it's
course, there in the moment you start handing a Northern European face to Jesus, all bets are off, because Jesus was Palestinian or Jewish, depending on, and they're the same. They're cousins by 75 years. That's the only separation between the Jews and the Palestinians. And you have to you have to look at a semi-Arab, semi-Caucasian. I mean, you can't even count bloodline when it comes to that whole region, going from the Mongols all the way through the Arab regions, all the way to the Egyptians. They're all immediate cousins, from history, changing of kingdomships throughout history, and breadbasket and all of that. And so, I mean, yeah, I'm not one to stand there with racial divides for any reasons between white man and anybody, or Eskimos, or the American Indians, or anybody, or blacks, whites, Italians, Swiss, Argentinians. I was just trying to think of anywhere across the. Anyway, I'm not trying to separate, but I'm losing track where we're going. Next question.
right. No, I mean, that's a good question though, and it was Jerry that asked that. So, but yeah, there's just no way of knowing, is there? I mean, there's just no way.
Well,
I've
we're,
got
we're all.
nowhere. If I'm not there to see it, I can't be sold out as anyone's. You know what I mean? I just can't.
Yeah,
I
and
believe
the shrouded Turin, now
what I
they've
hear.
tested it, and yeah, it may be cloth of that period of time. And okay, say
Yeah.
for instance, God, here we go. We're going to reach down that storyline. They removed Jesus from the cross, and he's been crucified in an area that normally is not where everybody is crucified. And usually that was on Skull Rock, in front of the whole town. Now, remember what they talk about when they talk about Bethlehem or Judea or any of that stuff. You have to remember it's Roman at the time. And there are multinationals from around the world filling this, speaking many different languages from Greek to you name it. And it's a multi-vast cross culture going on there, including the Jews or the Palestinians or the immediate nearby Arabs or the people from Greece or the people from Egypt, etc., or Jordan or Yemen or whatever. Remember, there's lots of different nationalities living in the time of Jesus, and in shipping ports and everything, and vastly Romanly controlled. So you're talking a vast network system of supplies, commodities, etc. So it's not this tiny little, kid in a manger, tiny little town. This whole area is vastly Roman occupied. So perhaps he was removed from the cross, laid into the tomb, covered over until all the people who were watching left. Then they went back in there, got his butt out, jumped on ship, left the area with Joseph of Arimathea, moved to the south of France, along with the Grail. I'll leave that hint out there. And lived happily ever after, moved into the middle of France to Normandy to Holland to Poland is the bloodline. And I've already said too much with that.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't want to try to repeat what Jerry explained to me, but he also has an idea about all of that. And I'm sure when you guys talk again, I'm sure he'll explain well. It's
David's talking about, he draws the line at the French. Well, there's a church in France, in southern France, that has ties to the Grail, and you can look that stuff up, and that's been an interesting quest. And the Rosicrucians and the Templar Knights and all of that has all to do with the timeline. And ancient photos of Pope Francis at the Vatican praying to a dark-skinned image of the Messiah. And then again, which Messiah? There was more than one.
Yeah, there was more than one.
And the Romans decided to take their version of it due to the wife of Constantine, who had her belief factors, where he had this dream that under the cross, he would be victorious in this next big battle he was about to fight. I can't remember who he was fighting at the time, although I did know it at the time. And he moved to that religion because he was also having a huge influx of the Christians all over, and they were battling and trying like the war on drugs from the United States. They were trying to stomp out the Christians for so long. It cost them so much money and so much productivity, and it was massively killing so many people, and their money and everything was not available to Rome. And all of a sudden they saw it as, Jesus, we need to, pardon the expression, gosh, we need to move and actually accept these people so they'll start paying some damn taxes. And that was part of, and then they also had the Christian support during this upcoming war and all of that. So it was a political move, moreover, to create Jesus the Christ, of the leader of the office of religion for Rome. Swallow. I had to have a sip there. There you go. Another bottom illuminated planet.
Yeah,
you can see it
that?
You can see the little wispy
Gillian,
cone.
is this one yours, or this is one you sent?
A gentleman in Holland sent it to me today.
Okay. Wow.
And he's also sent a video. I also sent that to the link where you sent me.
Yeah, and there's no such thing as upside down rainbows. That's the bottom illumination of a passing, most likely moon or planet.
Right. Okay. Wow.
The asteroids, you would see different facial behavioring.
The guy sent a video, Sam, so you can see the whole thing. Like you could even tell maybe what side of the sun it's on.
You can post it on Montana Skywatcher.
Okay, cool.
That'd be the fastest place for me to see it. Put it on 2.
He says it was in September that he's seen it, so he's made a video too. So.
Yeah, we started seeing that too better it was early October, late September. where we started seeing more of Attu. Before, Attu's moon was so large and in the way and out view that we were watching Attu's moon more over than Attu, and we'd see the bottom sliver of Attu. But then now that they've gone past us and more of a daily farther past us, we're seeing more of the bottom of Attu, which is why we can also see in between Attu and Uri and see the Skull asteroid and some of the other asteroids all up and filling in the sky above us, which is why everybody's going, oh God, I see all of those big round objects up there, which is why there's a lot of asteroids above us.
Okay, I just now downloaded it, Gillian, so I'll send it to the laptop.
Yeah, it's quite cool.
Yeah, it is. I would love to see something like that in person, really.
I've seen it a few times, which is,
Have you? Yeah,
oh yeah, my eye out here in Montana. Well, I watched purple Attu go by in 214-ish. And I pointed it out to a couple of my neighbors, and they watched it with me. And it was so purple and so small. It was basketball sized at the time if you held out a basketball in front of you.
Oh, wow.
And that was right when Attu was first coming in. And I watched it go from the western sky all the way to the eastern sky in a matter of minutes. And it was so absolutely illuminated purple Attu. You couldn't argue with it at all. And then the moment it faded into nothingness, those guys were talking about beer. And I looked at them, I go, wasn't that important to you? And they go, yeah, but what are you going to do about it? And that was the end of it. And I still remember that. It's just like, you got to be kidding me.
They weren't phased at all, were they?
Yeah, and then they immediately started talking about what they were going to do later on this afternoon and who was going to buy the beer. It's like, okay.
Right. Like, next.
Hello, Egg.
Hi, I know. Here we have Egg and Shelly. Hi, Shelly. She is here.
Nope.
Let's see. Oh, here. Okay. Christopher. Sam,
Well,
you knew about this
about
event?
2009, I saw one of the smaller planets, and I still to this day believe it was Matim in the sky, and it was briefly there for 2.5, 3 minutes at the most, or wait, maybe even less than that. And I saw it, and I immediately remembered that I knew way back in the 70s that they were coming, but I had no imagination. And this was a small sighting by what we're looking at today in comparison.
Yeah.
But it was big enough that there was no, it was way bigger than our moon and everything else like that. And this thing was just, huge compared to our moon. It's like I all of a sudden went to the equator and I was staring at the moon that big. And I knew that, I'm in the northern hemisphere, so our moon is not that big. And I saw it, and I just immediately knew, oh shit, they're here. And I sat there for probably the next few hours trying to chew on what I had just sighted and watched for anywhere from 30 seconds to a minute and a half, 2 minutes or whatever. And it was there it is. And I'm staring at it going, oh my God, oh my God. I stopped raking the leaves. I was over by the grapevine in the northeast corner of my yard. And I sat there and watched it, and then it faded out into nothing. And then I had to go, oh crap, I guess that's, wow, I didn't expect, because I expected to see them tiny little planets way off there like Saturn, or, hey, there's Mars, or hey, there's Venus in the eastern sky in the mornings in the summer, that kind of thing. And I never expected to see these planets this big. Not for 1 second. And then the rest is history. And we watched, and that's what also started me looking for more. And why, when Nibiru did come up from the southern view off the bottom of Antarctica into the northern ecliptic, why I was able to see them right away was because I was expecting them. And I pointed them out to a few of my close friends, and they thought I was full of shit.
All right, I have that video, so let's pull it up.
Yeah, straight up overhead, and you're looking at the side illumination of Attu, and that white patchy area is Attu's moon.
Mm-hmm.
And it's overhead of us.
Yeah, Atu's moon always has that pitted looking clouds.
Yeah.
That's how I recognize it. Hmm. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that's Atu. Now Atu has been, and she's easier to see. She really is. She has been more captures of Atu than all the other planets combined. And I still chuckle about that because she's so, for the longest time, she was more in our face than Nepacity was. And then literally the last year and a half or so, Nepacity's been in our face. Because, of course, Nepacity in line is behind Atu. And then as they have been coming closer and closer to us and going over the top of us, we are now seeing more of, for the last year, we've seen more of Nepacity. And now Nepacity is moving again, continuing with Uri going over our left shoulder, and then Nibiru coming up over our right shoulder. And so we're going underneath it, and we're going to start seeing them all illuminated at night and everything within the next year or so, or longer. I don't know exactly the speed of how fast they're moving, but within a presumptive period of time, then we're going to start seeing more of this, where we see the side facial illuminations and the actual nighttime illuminations. I mean, it could be really unbelievably cool coming up. And it might even be, just mocked up as, oh, look at the northern lights, because I believe a lot of these northern lights that we're looking at is direct relationship to the ionization bleed off between these passing planets and how it's affecting our coronasphere and our magnetosphere, and why we're seeing these um, illuminating generations in our magnetosphere instead of just coming from the solar effects of solar flares from coronal mass ejections and all of that. So I think ionization has between the planets has a great deal to do with it as well.
That's pretty cool. It's quite an amazing video.
Right. It is. I just wonder, I mean, I can only imagine. Hopefully, I'll get my turn before they depart.
I want to see that as well now. Because
Me too, right.
You can't stand out under the sky all day.
I think there'll be plenty of opportunities to see even more immensely cool stuff.
Yes. Okay.
Especially
good.
nighttime illuminations. If you live out in the country and you don't have a porch light on and it's pitch black, you will see these planets. I promise you. But if you live in a town, and like Las Vegas, for instance,
look at that.
Literally in light pollution mania. And this is
that was
illumination.
This morning.
Yeah, it's illumination off the bottom of these planets and or asteroids. Is probably what we're looking at. A dead center illuminated object would be the red asteroid. See how it's illuminated whiter than anything and it's dead center above the chimneys.
Like the dark area above that street light, it's dark and it goes straight across. That. Would you say that's Atu maybe? How it's.
I couldn't call that, but I mean literally the facial markings above the church could be lead asteroid, and then in dark because it has that sort of fingering line thing, and then in front right here the white illuminated shape, of course, is absolutely red asteroid shaped. And as far as that white line, that could be the bottom of Atu. Yes.
Right. I don't know. So it has a purple cast.
It could also be the bottom of Uri, because Uri is rising higher.
Purple and orange is an Atu thing. And Shelley says that she has many just passing above her daily. So.
Oh yeah, I mean they're over the top as they rotate above us now. I mean we're swimming in them, whereas 2 years ago we were looking out at them. Now we are literally in between them and underneath them, where we were not 2 years ago. They were coming around and they did this angular axis tipped pass over the top of us and slightly went past us 2018, 2019. But we weren't completely under them. We would watch them come in and they were much smaller, and then they got bigger and bigger and bigger and then went over us and then went away and rounded out of view.
And look at that. That looks like Uri, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, that would be, we know Uri's on the right angle. We see the illuminations probably of asteroids coming in from the upper left, headed in towards center of the sun. And yeah, it could be just clouds too.
Yeah.
Generically, that's, what we're looking for is two different shapes.
That's Scotland. Lots of clouds.
Right. And wet.
Actually, it
Yeah, like
wasn't really. I mean, I thought it was going to be more because I heard the wind. It was wind, and then it was really warm. It was about 12 degrees, 11 or 12 degrees. Look at that.
I didn't know Inverness was on the east coast of Scotland. You're over on the east coast of Scotland?
Apparently.
Well, no wonder you're getting North Sea weather. I thought you were somewhere in the middle of Scotland. I did not know that.
Yep, we're right on
Interesting.
the edge, man.
Yeah, you're staring out over the edges of Doggerland.
Yeah, cool, huh?
You know, from there to Germany.
Imagine that another land used to be there.
Yeah, it's just under. It's like 90 feet underwater. In some places, it goes a little deeper up toward where you are. But anyway, yeah, nice, interesting crescent moon, huh? When
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
it's supposed to be on the other side for a new moon. That's people asking about that last week. It's like, where's the moon supposed to be? And I said, God, I haven't known that for so long because we can't even. I mean, who do you take the guide? I mean, when you look that up and it tells you where the moon is supposed to be and what phase it is, and it doesn't even match at all. It hasn't for years. Yeah, that's supposed to be the new moon, but isn't the crescent supposed to be on the other side?
Is it meant to be the other side?
Yeah, in my memory, the new moon with crescent was on the other side, wasn't it? You know, and I keep reaching back to, you know, when I was young, in my 20s, is like, wait a minute.
right. That's a good question for Jesus.
He knows these moon cycles, and
He does,
according to what
right.
I recall, the new moon was on the other side.
And I was just gonna say, Christopher paid you a nice compliment, Sam. You know, for
including my son,
just helping him understand what's going on in general.
Well, okay. Well, yeah, it's my pleasure. I do try. You know, I think
it
back
means
to
a lot to
reaction.
people. It really does, because a lot of people out there, like Jesus, spent years and years looking for answers. You know, and it's like a very lost feeling when you don't really know in your heart what's
I
going
try to be
on.
as honest as I can about stuff, and yet not completely, you know, put my arm in the meat grinder at the same time. But we've over the years, and you and I, Rebecca, both, and Jillian, we all know this is not the sky we grew up with,
No.
and you know, we've all been guided to this level of understanding because we all got together in a group because we were so actively talking about it regularly for well over a decade now, and because of the strong adherence to real science as much as we can, with including the fact that Einstein is wrong, and so was Newton and gravity. And you throw gravity out, and you take into account the electric universe, compound, subatomic, and astroatomic compounding. And then it makes sense, and it all fits. And this is why. And then this is, of course, where I reach again and tell you, well, go watch Symbols of an Alien Sky, Thunderbolts Project on YouTube, and then just keep watching that until it dawns on you that there's so much more than what our standard modern understood science allows for, and how stuck they were, including getting lost and pent up with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and the unification theory and all of this, and this is all answered by this. It's that simple.
So Shelley was asking, she said somebody had posted about the North Star being gone. Is that something to do with this other system?
No, I don't believe Polaris has vanished. It has moved slightly, in my opinion, slightly to the west from Earth's axis tip, but the North Star Polaris is so way far away that we don't actually see it move, and that's why it's the North Star. I noticed that when we started, our solar system started moving through the galactic plane in its every 300,000 year transitionary radio wave path that we do. We go from the bottom of the galactic plane through the middle to the top, and then we're up there for a couple 100,000 years, and then we sink down through to the bottom of the ecliptic plane into the lower plane of, and that's how our solar system moves. And people don't even comprehend that usually. And we're going through the galactic strong wave properties currently, and then when we reach the top, and that is why the Milky Way looks completely different and it's also moved. And we're looking at it at a completely different angle than you did when I was a kid. The Milky Way used to be literally from north to south and straight above my head. Now it's in the northeast sky and curved and bent up here in Montana. So we're moving, and so Polaris may have partially moved, but no, it has not vanished.
Okay. Well, these are some more pictures that Petty had posted over time.
Yeah, this is Saturn's yellow moon, very large.
Yeah, she said she's going to let him know it's moved and not to be looking for it, or not to worry it's gone. Right.
Yeah, it's, and you might be looking at the stars and not seeing anything that you accept as normal, and that's entirely possible. There's a planet in between you and your quarry, because Nibiru is in the northern part of the sky after sunset. So it depends on the hour. If you look at 3 o'clock in the morning, it may not be there. I mean, the North Star is there. It's just, you may have when they were looking, they may have seen a planet in the way, which is more example of proof that, those bodies are out there and they are passing Earth now at night. And we were earlier in the program, we were showing you nighttime illuminated Atu's moon directly over the head. And here we have, Saturn's yellow moon ion tail on the right-hand side again.
Meaning that
shadowing. Look how weird the light is. Uri's on the left.
Right,
Uri.
Yeah, it's like a big blue velvet thing on the left there.
Yeah, and then you can see sort of little white bands going across it from, vertically. Excuse me, not vertically, horizontally.
When you understand, right, when you understand that the reason the sky looks like two different things is because it's two different planets side by side.
And they're oddly doing this weird roll into each other thing, which I've never understood. Sort of centrifuging in the middle and rotation. I don't understand it, but that's kind of how it appears. It's weird in their movement. And of course we're looking at it, like in a fisheye lens. It's strange.
Right. Especially when you watch them on time-lapse videos and you see that they're also spinning as they go by, rotating and spinning.
And that's why we believe Nepenthe to be smaller, because she spins so much faster, and then she gets the snorkel, where she starts sucking up atmosphere. And then, of course, followed by the overhead pass, and then the dumping of the rain bomb. A year's worth of rain in 2 days, or 1 hour, or 2 hours, or 5 hours, or whatever.
A little bit, right? Enough to wash your car down the street.
Yeah, and wipe out entire villages and dams and things like this. And I just asked China. They've been seriously last few years. And if you go back to the legend lore of the dragon was written in recorded history following the Great Flood of China, which is an exact time period of cycles of the passing of Nibiru. If you want to go look that up, and that's where the feng shui and the dragon and all of this, why you didn't want to piss the dragon off, where the dragon would come back and wipe out all your crops, and you'd see devastation and climate change, which is exactly what we're watching happen right now. And this is the bottom of planet Nepenthe and the illuminated bottom open core. And it's illuminated because it's way, way higher than Earth. Because if you look at the shadowing on the ground, there's no sun that's going to be illuminating that white band of cloud in front of us unless it's way, way high up.
I was looking for your drawing for that. It's like, well, you would be surprised how tiny on my end. I'm going through these little files I have on StreamYard, and it's like
little thumbnails. You have to try and grab it.
I can't, and maybe about the size of the lid on this lipstick, or it's like
that's why you need a large screen for all of this stuff.
Wait.
Gotta
I'm
gotta
not
Well,
upgrade.
maybe Santa will drop
That's
me one
crazy.
off, huh?
Yeah,
Is Santa
yeah.
gonna
Yeah,
drop us one off?
Santa, I want a HP comparable
right.
75-inch
Put
screen,
it
please.
put it over there.
Dear
Right.
Santa, I've wanted a computer all my life. Thank you.
I
I,
couldn't
I
fit.
hope it's in
I
my
could not
stocking
fit a
tomorrow.
75-inch screen on this desk.
Oh,
There no would be no way it would ever fit.
that'd be
I'd have to
funny.
sit 5 feet back to look at it.
I know you'd
They've got an
look straight
absolutely
up.
monstrous screen in the care home, and they just stick it on and watch everything, you know, like all these special events, you know.
You know,
The
I'd probably have to hang it on
Gigantosaurus,
the
some
wall.
tellies. Oh, well, there.
Mhm.
Oh, they, yeah,
I
I keep getting letters of the the people that want me to pay my TV license, but we're not on TV, are we? I mean, they said you have to pay if you're on iPlayer or BBC something or other.
You're not financially benefiting from this, so therefore you're not attached to that because you're not. If you were making money off of it, then you perhaps would have to pay the ASCAP or whatever. Here, a great
yeah,
example is how many people realize that the actual sky that we're looking at is yellow.
our sky.
Yeah, in
Our
this picture.
sky's yellow.
On this picture, ours in this one,
Hmm.
this picture we're looking at, the real sky is yellow. Everything above that is planet.
And look how dark it is.
And
Weird.
people they just don't realize that no, there's no way that that could be a planet that close to us. Excuse me,
Yeah.
we've been watching it for a decade. And we watched them
There
when
it
they were way
is.
smaller before they did any of this. This didn't just happen. We're not making this up. That's a freaking planet over the top of us. And it absolutely blows me away that people don't see this. It's like, God, I mean, look at the sky. And then a lot of people are robbed of their horizon line. If you had 87 buildings in front of this scene, you wouldn't see that it's yellow back there. You'd see buildings and you'd see purple darkness and it'd be dark and all the street lights would be on and you wouldn't think anything of it.
I was gonna say,
That is most likely Nibiru over the top of us.
oh, you okay? All right. I was wondering if it was
Well,
that.
yeah, that thing's a
Too damn
monster.
big
Look
to
at
be
the weight
purple
on
at
it.
too, and look how dark blue it is. And that is
Yeah.
most likely, if this is a recent photograph within the last 6 months, even, is most likely a
Right.
sunset. Nibiru is entirely over the top of us.
Wow. I didn't know Nibiru could get that
Yeah,
much
I mean it's huge.
above
It's
us.
massive.
Uh-huh.
It's
But
big.
it
It's
is a
it's
still.
jumbo. It's unbelievable. And this is also part of the magnitude of it. People go, oh, I can't believe that, and I still don't believe it. It's like, and I do. I do. But I mean, there's a level of, oh my God, you got to be kidding me, that goes on in my head all the time. And then I have to sit there and then I'm watching television and there it is again. I mean, it just slaps you. That's that cold fish that goes, oh, there it is again. There it is again. There it is again. And you can't walk away from it because the patterns embed themselves in your head. Or at least they do for me. I don't know what everybody else does, but
So, and the reasons we can see that it's most likely Nibiru is because it's, at that angle coming
right,
from the
on the
left of
on
our
the right hand
sun.
side of the sun.
I mean, right. Sorry. Yes, on the right hand side, we know it's Nibiru, and there it is coming
And
in
it's
from the
now going
right
over the top of
angle.
us at night and has been doing so for the last 8 or 9 months, where before we were seeing a facial of her at sunset. And then within the last, literally this year, they're going beyond us again in a way that we've never seen them. Never went over this close to us before. She came up, she rose up in front of our faces, and then she went away for a while.
Yeah.
And then we were watching the other residual planets rotating around in a train car, follow the leader path away from us and then around, and then we watched them come back in right to left to right to left, and then in approach, and now they're going over the top of us and beyond us. So it's this
So
is the cool
that's
part. It's like watching a 747 go right over your head.
right. And so Amanda is noticing the same thing. Like she didn't think Nibiru could be so much above us versus to the side. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's unusual, but
Well,
you're saying that that's
supposedly
something
Nibiru
new
is
and
like
different.
7, 8, 9 times the size of Earth, and Sarah was like 5 to
Yeah.
7 times the size of Earth. There's no, that's the gossip. There's no way to measure that or prove it or disprove it, but that's the understood approximate size. And I
Wow.
don't have my little ruler out there, so I can't prove it or disprove
Uh
it.
oh. Right.
By
They just
size, what we've
always
seen.
look so much closer than you could imagine. I mean, so many people have made the comment about how planes can fly through them, and
Well,
because
that's out
everybody
view.
thinks they're
I
way
mean, how do you
closer.
judge? You see the line over the top of our atmosphere, but that doesn't mean they're anywhere near the planet.
Yeah. Wow. Which
Just because
tells
it
you,
appears to be in front of it doesn't mean they flew right next to it and then dumped that sea trail. It means
uh-huh,
they're dumping it in our out view of our atmosphere. Our atmosphere goes to 350 miles above us. And then there's the magnetosphere, which is like 3,000 miles outside of Earth, something like that. I'd have to relook up those figures. But anyway, and then outside of
sure.
that, they have theirs. The planets have their own personal magnetospheres, and when they push into us and we push into them, we get the discharges or the rolls or the buffs or the buffers or our moon. All we roll over, and all of a sudden our moon goes from the south sky to the north sky, which has happened countless times. And we're watching effects that we would never ever in our lifetime ever see. And that too is one of the many puzzle pieces of what's really happening, and it proves and proves and proves.
Hmm. Uh, let's see, I lost it.
The
Somebody
planes
had a
don't have
question
any
for me.
interaction with the passing planets, although they do run into the turbulence that it has caused. And this way, we've had a lot of freak weather where a lot of planes and cancellations and shit happens, where these freak storms and the intensity of the
Sure.
storms around Earth has drastically increased, including upper atmosphere jet stream speeds. And there's way thicker, bigger jet streams than there ever used to be in different places than they used to be. So yes,
Here's
there's effect
some.
directly air traffic, but the air traffic only goes up to 35,000 feet for commercial traffic, and then the military flies within up to about 40,000, 45,000 for the bombers and all of that. And above that, nothing. Nothing goes up there and fly because they're running out of oxygen,
Hmm,
and it's cold, and it's real cold up there.
I can only get so far. Um, Here's some clips from TikTok of mostly current events. I
Is that a
thought we
ghost on the
could check
floor
it
there?
out. Is it? It's water. I know that
Oh,
much,
it's
but it
water.
could be.
Okay, is that a watermark? I was gonna. Okay, look at that little
Okay,
ghost. He's
they're
got a
getting
backpack.
flooded. Yeah. Oh boy. I bet you can see it.
Oh, that is flooding. Okay.
Uh huh.
I was seeing a ghost in a still shot, and I remember. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is the water bashing up
Okay.
against the middle of that door. Okay, I
But
remember this.
I'm going to step aside for a second. I'm going to double check on Alan, and he's not feeling good. So I'm going to
Okay.
make sure he doesn't need anything. But I'll be right back.
So, Jillian, have you got snow for Christmas yet, or?
I heard a debate on the radio while I was kind of waiting for the show to come on. And it said that we may be getting snow on the 20th and the 23rd.
Cool, boy. Aren't you glad that's not your apartment right now? I'm amazed
I'm
that door
thinking
is
like,
still up. I am actually in shock that door is still closed, and the
look
water's
at
coming through
that.
the
Oh
side
my
jam.
God.
The water is coming through the side jam of that door, and normally that would have been blown open from the weight ratio alone. Saudi
That's
Arabia, December.
insane.
Yeah,
Where
I
is
believe this
that?
was. I think this was the 18th or 19th of this month of December.
Saudi Arabia.
Excuse me, it's not December 18th because it's the 16th today. I mean, that was early in December. And this is the Black Sea and all of that, where that storm, and they had all of that. And China is in the middle of a nasty snowstorm again. They've got a really really polar thing going on in northern China right now.
China.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that China will probably get like lots of snow in Japan.
Yeah. Well, Japan is a little bit more like California ocean temperatures. They do get snow in certain northern regions, yes, Kamchatka and all of that, and they get some like Siberian weather too in northern in their industrial regions in northern China. But um, that big nasty storm that went through on the 18th and 19th and 20th of November, um, I believe that's that Chiron, Ciaron was the name storm. You can look that one up, and that all went through. And I know we're having really nasty weather all over the place. Us in Montana, we're having really oddly mild weather. It's very strange.
People all
Like I
across
said,
New
it's
York
foggy
City
here,
and
and
New
it's now
Jersey just had their
32
power
degrees. When we
flicker or
started the
completely turn
podcast
off.
tonight, it was
This was because of an explosion at the
27, and
Con
it's
Edison
actually
plant,
warmed
which
up.
provided power to New York City and New Jersey. This
Strongest solar flare recorded will. Yeah, well, maybe this is why they're mentioning a Carrington, that we've had 3 Carrington events. Maybe they're getting us ready for another. It's entire that last coronal hole that went by was huge.
A major storm is about to hit the east coast
Yeah,
of
they
the
were
United
talking about some
States.
storm
Storm
like
set to hit the entire East Coast this weekend.
Yeah.
Millions bracing for heavy rain,
That's going to
flooding,
start tonight
snow, and
from
damaging
Florida
winds. Even
all the way
tornadoes
up to the
possible
East
in some
Coast.
places. Florida in the bullseye first, then sweeping up the East Coast right into the Northeast.
And like he said,
happy
Florida
days.
Yeah,
is
it's
getting
literally
hit
the
first.
millibars, and I watched that. The millibars on that are approaching hurricane strength forms, and it's going to be a skirting. And the only reason it's not going to magnitude out, it might even do that. It might increase in storm as it runs past Georgia and South Carolina, North Carolina, all the way up to New York and Boston. It could be a really nasty storm. I mean, look, we could see effects like this as well. A hurricane force along the coast that changes the shear line of the storm as well. So they could have a serious disaster tonight along the East Coast. No matter what, they're going to have flooding. They're going to have
Look at
severe
that
flooding.
sky behind them.
Yeah. And of course, Russia is having a really, really harsh winter, and already, and so is China. And so that and we over
That'll
here, we're
stop them
having El Nino.
fighting. Yeah, that'll stop them fighting for a bit, won't it?
Yeah, well,
In
yeah.
Russia.
Well, I've been watching the Ukraine war as well. And, whoa! And believe it or not, those people actually walked out of that car. That happened, I think, this summer. Oh, wait, look for a date.
Oh.
It was briefly on there. Yeah, they actually got out of that. Yeah, of course, I watch a lot of this stuff, and yeah, people are losing, awnings and stuff that's been there for 20 years, and then, shit blows down the street, including the people. And these huge storms that are coming in all over the planet, and they don't make the world news, and they should. And if they do, they're on for 5 seconds to 15 seconds. Yeah, the number of tornadoes, the number of disastrous occurrences in rainfall and flooding and tidal flooding and new waves. South Africa and quite a few other countries recently had very large, enormous wave storms that they weren't accounting for. And this is all planetary, and it's all part of climate change right before our very eyes. And you can't take the climate change as to what they're telling you. Climate change is also because we have that second star. And they don't want to tell you that part. It's within Earth, because we're in the solar system by ourselves, and nothing else is out there ever. Nobody else exists out there but us. And so they're holding our points of scientific view by not telling us about the second star. Because then somebody might figure out that there's another solar system and there's other people, and then they lose their power.
Look at that.
Yeah, I can't even imagine my expensive car going bye-bye, and then my home and everything, all losing everything I own. And and flooding can happen in 20 minutes. A hurricane or a tornado can remove your house in 5 to 10 minutes, and boom, you've lost everything. So people have to really seriously think about how they're living, what they're buying, where they leave their lawn furniture and barbecue. If you invest $500 in a barbecue you may not have by next year, I'd rethink that purchase. Maybe buy a brick, and that way it doesn't fly down the street.
Don't
Maybe.
forget to subscribe to
know.
the
Maybe.
channel to keep
Yeah,
updated
Just
on the
and
maybe.
most
you
important
plan
changes
ahead,
of
and
the planet.
people have to build their houses differently too, because
And lots of wood
this isn't
houses.
going
I
to go
mean, you
away.
go
This is
through
only
your,
going to get worse. We're going to see more and more of this.
so it's going to get worse.
Yeah, our weather is not our weather is not going to get better. We are in climate change, and the climate change is going to continue, and it's going to get stronger, and we're going to see stronger storms and massive flooding, and we're going to see dry spells. And we've already seen last year, we saw all the major around the world, all the major rivers dried up, and that's going to have catastrophic effects in the circle, in the wheel of life. That you take a link out of the
The
wheel, and then
information
all
in
of a
the
sudden
video
shit
shows
happens.
things that in Limachia,
It's like same
Chile.
thing. If you remove a predator from the food chain, then the whole food chain gets screwed up. Well, this is our
A
crop
total of
rotation and our
100 hectares were destroyed by the forest fires
deforestation and
that
our
broke
mass
out
forest
in
fires.
Limachia, Valparaiso region.
This is all evidence of the system being out of balance.
Due to the emergency situation, the National Disaster Management
Wow.
Oh, look, normal Montana winter.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, we in Montana, we'd call that a blizzard. It's like, okay, I'm not going to work today. I'll call you tomorrow. That kind of thing. But
Oh, the
we
boss will come and fetch me.
up here, we dig our car out and scrape our windows and start the car and then drive to work with our good snow tires.
Well, they've
Chains
got
if
all
you have to.
those memes here. The Scottish moms are always out with their aprons on and their short sleeves hanging the washing in snow.
Yeah, yeah. Well, up in Montana, people do. Every year you see somebody sitting in the lawn in lawn furniture and a bikini and swim shorts in the snow, and they go, "Well, if you don't like the weather in Montana, wait 5 minutes." And that's of course a parody on Montana, because our weather changes constantly. We have within a day you have 5 different cycles of weather.
Yeah,
Regular.
we always used to say in Cape Town, well, where we stayed, that it was 4 seasons in one day.
Right. If you go
Christmas Day,
backpacking on the mountain, you're going to walk through different storm patterns.
you'd always get some kind of warm thunderstorm kind of weather in Cape Town on Christmas Day. Yeah, because we're always trying to swim, and then no, can't swim now.
I used to like to walk in rainstorms until Fukushima. So
Yeah, well,
after that,
stay
I
away
stopped
from
doing
that stuff now.
I got my dose, thank you. And it's going to show
Yeah,
my
bet.
life, but God only knows how. Anyhow, Colorado's cool. I'm sorry, but I do like Montana better.
Colorado.
That
Isn't
perhaps
Colorado
because it is,
cold?
Yeah, I like Colorado. But I like Montana way better. Montana's a little drier currently.
What, Montana would be wetter somehow? I don't
Well, it
know.
depends on which part of the state you go to.
Yes, it's bigger than Scotland.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think you could fit 2 Scotlands in Montana easy. Montana is the 3rd largest state in the United States, and we have less than 1 million people in the entire state. And we are huge and forest covered on one side, and then on the other side we've got high plains and then farmland and all sorts of different stuff in eastern Montana heading toward South Dakota, North Dakota, etc. I'd love to spend a little more time in South Dakota. I'd love to spend a little more time in Utah. I love the geology. So anyway.
Yeah, well, geology. Everybody likes gemstones, don't they? No, maybe not.
Yeah, I know. I like actual geology and how rock and dirt and everything.
Yeah, well,
and all the
I remember
layers.
that one of the first geography projects, they wanted us to study geomorphology and the different kinds of rocks and
Right.
formations of the
conglomerate and granite and feldspar and all of this. Yes, lovely sun pictures. We definitely know that there's some other object behind the sun because of these constant pictures, examples in all of the recent sun pictures for the last few years.
Oh, I hear the puppy
The
dog. I better
2011
step away again. Hang on, let the puppy in.
including the 2011 arrival of the second star, which is why our sun comes up in the northeast now rather than in the north or in the east. Hercubus is a gas giant. It is orangish brown. It is not transparent. It is behind our two stars, holding the two stars, and is massive. It is so big you wouldn't believe it. And it's quite a distance away from us. That's why we see it the size that we see it. Otherwise, it would be way bigger. Be thankful. If we were close to Hercubus, I think we'd become part of Hercubus. I don't know. We're electrically connected in our atomic structure, so that doesn't break. I don't believe in gravity pulling us in. We're placed electrically by our mass and our atomic structure. Hello. Oh, it's the great eye. Yeah, right. Okay. It's also a bent lens widescreen flare picture. This is showing you the rainbow hue of the asteroid debris from the bottom of Uri, which is why we're seeing the rainbow colors, because that's the fine particles of dust and debris below Uri. We've been watching that for about 5 years off and on. And I try to express that, and everybody goes, "Huh? What does that mean?" Well, underneath Uri on the left-hand side, she has a bottom debris field, and when that onsets and goes over us, and the sun still shines through it, we see it break down into prism refraction through the dust and gases from planet Uri. Yes, our magnetic field, we're attached to our star in a structure, in a compound, just like mixing two metals together. We're structurally stable. Gravity does not. That is a force of a stand. It's a byproduct of a major force, not gravity. We're electrically placed. That's why we don't lose our placement. We don't steal planets from them. They don't. They're on the other side of the compound, but we're a connected compound in a binary, two atoms with protons, neutrons, and electrons in the count, which makes up what we are in chemistry, atomic. And we see a little Pac-Man here. So we're probably looking at the edge of the long box cube on the right-hand side, clipping into the view of the sun on that right angle corner there, right angle. Earth to brain. Sorry, I'm sitting here rubbing my eyes. Well, density and everything is, the density of a planet is what it has to do with its makeup. If it's iron or if it's copper or if it's, a different compound or, conglomerate or granite or whatever, with a core. But it has to do with atomic structure in a much larger puzzle of being like we're in a mixing bowl, and all of our planets and our two stars are an atomic structure, a compound, not an element, a compound of two elements joined into part of a larger equation of that which we are. So it's even bigger than that. Yeah, another one. Is this a different picture? Yeah, this is a different one, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, okay, there's three of them. Oh, you're on mute.
Thanks.
Boy, I saw your mouth move, but I didn't hear you. Yeah.
I know. Shoot.
Yeah, there's the long box cube on the right-hand side of the sun, and it's showing its little face, and everybody's seeing it, and you had to go, "Oh, it's Pac-Man."
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we get these from around the world on a regular basis, and literally for the last 3 or 4 months, we've been seeing nothing but the long box cube in just about every sighting. Yeah, there's showing you that there's something going on there, Some of this could be our normal atmospheric, but a lot of this is, I believe, because I think we do have two suns, and I think there's a larger object behind the two suns, and we've had a lot of evidence to prove that. I can't fly out there and take pictures for you. If I could, I would. I don't know. Maybe I'd send somebody else. I don't know if I want to go out into space. Thank you. Montana's just fine by me. I enjoy sitting here. Thank you. Let younger people do that.
Remember that Red Bull guy? He went to the edge of space, wasn't it? And he jumped.
Oh,
You
right.
remember, like,
Yeah.
don't you?
Yeah, I
I don't
remember
know.
it.
I watched it.
Yeah, I did too.
That's too far for me to
Well, I didn't
jump.
have vertigo when he jumped because it was him doing it rather than me. But you know, in some of these movies where they do the jump scare where they film over the edge of a building, that always still gets me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and I never used to be afraid of heights, but as the years have gone by, I've actually been a little bit more queasy with certain things. There's
Yeah.
another example of something cutting off,
Pass.
and yeah, that's an awful sharp corner, and that's still, I'm going to scream that it's objects cutting off the sun. I can tell you, it's several different shapes there.
Right. Wow. Yeah. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, and people have to realize that, you know, and like that's the hourglass shaping, which is showing you it's shining off what you're looking at is that orangish line in the middle, just above the horizon, is the real sky. From there down is the real sky.
Mm-hmm.
And this hourglass illumination is the sun shining off the bottom of a passing planet. And that's why it's refracting like that.
Right.
And most likely it's probably a core illumination of necessity. And an hourglass shape shows you that it's shining, and that's a direct refractive.
So the top
And
part is
yeah,
bouncing off of a
yeah, the
planet.
top part is the bottom part of a planet.
Yeah. That's wild. I remember when that clicked for me. I was just kind of blown away. I was like, that is crazy. But that explains why, we get
Yeah,
that
that's
hourglass
the only
shape.
explanation for
Yeah.
what we're looking at.
Because otherwise, there is no other reason.
Yeah, it's not shining on the inside of our clouds to do that.
This is
And this is
kind
another
of the same
cutoff.
thing.
This is another cutoff where it's just the top part is cut off, and you're seeing the round focaling through the upper atmosphere of the planet that's overhead.
Right. Red sun. Okay.
Yep, with a red blob in the background. And there again, we've seen this one. We believe that lead asteroid is dead center in top white clouds. We see the little blip next to the sun, and that fits into the blue asteroid scenario of recent. We've known that the blue asteroid has been visible at close to and around the sun recently, and we've had side refractive illumination, which identified it with a big dot in the middle of it. Which is why we know it's the blue asteroid.
Right.
And there's also Empire orb will occasionally show up near or in front of the sun, but it's much darker because of proximity to the sun or away from the sun and in front of the sun, which is why it shows up as a black dot rather than an illuminated one.
I see. Yeah, I've seen a lot of asteroid videos right there, 1 o'clock
And
position.
yeah, you and I both on both of our sites have talked to people for the last 5 years, tell them no, it's not a second this, no, it's not a planet, it's a crossing asteroid. And we've seen month after month, week after week after week, where we were trying to correct people and say that we know that such and such an asteroid is currently crossing the sun, and we've gone through that I don't know how many times. And of course, the newbies, they jump on and go, "Oh, it's this and that." And so, no. We know what's there. We've been watching this for X months or 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, whatever, however long each of these new passing durations have been, because it's been many times. So and we've had to guide people through that. So
Right. Which
light pinch shaft
did. Yeah.
between two larger planets. Oh my God! It almost makes a cross.
You're right. I know. Almost.
Jesus is coming. Hell, Jesus never left. There's a side cut off illumination, literally Nibiru and Isatum cutting off the upper right hand side of the sun. And you can see the line. Top refraction on the left and the bottom refraction on the right shows you that side at base of the planet, and the rest of that's what that cutoff flare is.
Whoops, sorry. But yeah, I see it now.
Look at the dark areas first.
I'm like, yeah, okay.
Over to the left and the bottom, there's the red asteroid.
Oh, really? Right here. I wish y'all could see my cursor, but yes. people on TikTok they can see my cursor, but
No.
it's funny. Yeah. That's busy. All that streaking and stuff. Every time I see those, I just think asteroids are there.
Yeah,
You
it's the
know.
onset moving in field from the left-hand side that we watch on what we call Uri onset.
Bye, David. We'll see you later.
Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's 11:30. So, yeah.
Oh, that's right. I forget he's over in Europe. Okay. Well, yeah, it's pretty late. Let's see. That was pretty neat. Pinching for sure. What would you say?
Yeah, and it's always got one of those little dribbly things hanging under it,
Maybe like what? I don't know. Lead object in Adam's moon. It seems like we had another picture very similar to that, but something is down just above our horizon, causing it to, cut off into a
Yeah,
V shape.
yeah. There's some. Well, it's obviously some sort of a focal light pinch.
Uh-huh.
You know.
But based on size, I would guess that lead object in Adam's moon, maybe.
Or Atu's moon on the left, it's Adam's yellow moon on the right,
Yeah.
with Nepesity up above.
Yeah.
Depends
Pretty
on where
neat.
this was taken. If it was in the South Pacific, it would make more make more sense. Southern
We might be, Shelley. I don't know for sure, really. I mean,
I don't know. I don't know that mountain
we
range
might cut
type.
it shorter than usual because I taking care of Alan and stuff, but check back because we might still be here. She's asking how long we'll be here. I was like, I have no way of knowing. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we're at 3 hours already, so
I know.
3 hours 25.
Hours fly by. They fly by.
Yeah, well, I can only stay until maybe the top of the hour, so.
Okay.
'Cause I've got work tomorrow.
I think that was it on that show. I was gonna say we might just, not drag it out too long today for different reasons.
Whatever you want to do, whenever you're ready.
Cool. So, what time is it there for you, Gillian?
It's be heading to 12 o'clock at night, and I've got work tomorrow, so.
Right.
Yeah, so.
What do you want to do, Sam?
Oh, I'm fine. You know me, I talk forever.
I know. I know. We got hours to go still. But
it just depends on pertinent topic, and
Right.
where we're trying to go with this, and I don't want to spend too much time referring to the peanut gallery or the people, the naysayers or anything, and I don't want to say over and over, yeah, this is all documented for the last decade, and I've said that 1,000 times already.
Right.
And talking about the new cool stuff that's going on, especially with this Saturn's yellow moon, this is the biggest closest pacifier we've ever seen. So that, of course, is really important and wonderful to watch and everything else. And I'm also hoping that we have a few more guests on here in the next couple of weeks, so we'll have more other topics to do. And
everybody I've asked has been busy, which I understand. It's the busiest
Christmas time, yeah.
Have you got a calendar in front of you?
I can pull one
Gillian,
up.
maybe you can look up what are we versus Tuesdays and Saturdays shows come Christmas.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Next Tuesday is the 19th, and then next Saturday is the 23rd.
Okay, so we'll still be able to get that in without running into Christmas. Okay,
right. Christmas is on a Monday, 2 days later.
Okay, good to know.
We're not really hitting any holiday.
Yeah, I believe it or not, I did not even buy a calendar this year, and I usually do.
Right, I have not bought a calendar in years. Right.
And I have one on my computer here, but of course, too lazy.
Well, I've got a wall calendar because I write my hours on there so that I can get paid.
Yeah, I'm still a little old school, and I like to have the thing in my hand and actually stare at it, in the whole month in one sight,
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how phones have revolutionized their lives. They're like little
Yeah, I'm
notebook.
still, I hang around some of my friends every once in a while, and I ask a question, and they say, "Well, gosh, Google it." And I go, "Oh, well, duh, I don't have a cell phone that I can automatically jump to that to do." And so I still have to, get up, walk across the room, turn the computer on, wait to log on and do all of this. And so, it's a process where sometimes it's actually easier to ask somebody else than faster than me having to look it up myself. But old school, I like to have it in hand.
So I'm thinking,
Oh, yeah, Library of Alexandria would be
yeah, wondering how much.
unbelievable. I mean, God, can you imagine? Well, yeah, imagine what lost information or sequestered information
Yeah.
out there that we haven't been told, uh, and how, even some of the major museum pieces that I'm sure have been collected around the world have never been publicly shown because they're too controversial, and they would give them too much information. And I even point out the carved uh, big huge rock of Maraduke. You look at that, and there's two stars, there's two suns. You look at some religious paintings going back all the way to the 1400s, and the era of the Spanish Inquisition and all of that. They burned so much information, and from the Spanish Pope to the German Pope to the Roman Pope again, back and forth, and all the transitions, and how we pissed off all the other religions and the Moors and the Jews and everybody in 1444 because of the effects of the Spanish Inquisition. And there were two, by the way, there were two Spanish Inquisitions, and they, the persecution of millions of people throughout the ages, all over religions, where if you don't believe our religion, we're going to kill you. And that was, really horrible. And this sequestration and loss of all the information as well, including the loss of Alexandria, because at one point in time, the Library of Rome or of Alexandria was sacked. Excuse me, dry
Bye
throat.
bye, Meg.
It was sacked as well as sunk under the ocean over time.
Yeah, I watched a movie where they seen it from the point of view of the lady who was one of the librarians there. Her name was Hypatia, but she was also quite. I think she was probably quite. What's the word? Yeah, I think I'm getting tired now as well. I'm having one of those Sam moments where the words just kind of, you know what you want to say, but you kind of get to the word.
Yeah, can't get there from here. Yeah.
Stop.
And now we're calling that a Sam moment.
Sorry, Sam. I caught it off you now.
Yeah, I
usually can-
occasionally I can't put for the life of me. I can describe
Hey,
it to you.
that's
I
an
can't pull
honor.
the damn name out of the hat sometimes.
That's
It's
an honor.
contagious. It's
I had a
contagious.
Sam
Who can
moment.
be confused? I'm so confused. No, anyway. Yeah.
No, well, she was the only woman, and I remember watching the movie. It was from about her life story of how she was only one woman, and all these other students were all male.
Good night,
And
egg.
oh,
Yeah, well, women have been scoffed down upon. I mean, there were also many cultures where women were equally respected as well.
yes, so
That
she
doesn't
was.
make the news either. So
Yeah, and they showed it from her perspective, like when it was sacked and burned, and what happened to her as well was just awful. It kind of made me.
now coming up with the tomb, and Egypt has officially said yes, we have found Cleopatra and Mark Antony and all of that. So
Wonder if they have. They can study their
well,
genetics and see if they're a bit Scottish.
Dr. Rawas actually claimed it publicly here, I think last month. So
Did he?
yeah,
Oh
they
wow!
got
But
on
then
board
he's
with
paid
it.
by the government. Him.
Yeah, he's the mouthpiece, and they're very, very stifly quiet and careful with their stuff. They have information they're not telling people either. So
I remember when they went into the pyramid with that that robot thing,
well,
and
yeah,
we
they were
had
all
just
taking
gotten satellite TV there
satellite
for the first time.
footage, and they believe
Yeah.
that the new sealed room that they haven't got in. They've sent robots, camera, micro drones in and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot more to that, but there's also the fact that there are no hieroglyphs inside the pyramid whatsoever, and that has a great to do with the meaning that it was not a tomb, but it was something else. When we believe it's a broadcast power station because of phi and pi and the angle and the mathematics and everything that they understood,
Yeah, and
which
the fact that
barely understand
harmonics
today.
must sound what harmonics must sound like in there, and the
Yeah.
fact that
Yeah, well, then there's also a whole bunch of tunnel works underneath that they don't even focus on that, and it's going on. There's tunnel works underneath the Sphinx and inside the Sphinx and all of that. And then there's the legend and rumor that the Library of Information lies between the feet of the
yes,
Sphinx.
between the feet of the
Okay.
big Sphinx, yeah,
Then
and
else
the
there's a
face
room
was
under there.
changed on it.
There's a side chamber in the ear and all of this other stuff that they, of course, don't let you climb on to find out. And there's all sorts of stuff they're not telling people. So, and the Valley of the Kings is not the only burial areas, nor do they discuss how even the Bent Pyramid or the Step Pyramid, they don't give you the geological location or geographical location, and how the alignment of these pyramids goes over ages of time where it moves over to the east due to the planet or celestial alignments. Nor did they discuss how the Sierra, the desert, the Sahara Desert was vastly green up to a cycle ago, for 1800 BC. It was a big, vastly greener place than it is today. And then the cycle before that was the beginning of the desertification of that region. And prior to that, it was very tropical and very lush and very water filled. And you can take Atlantis into that area into account as well. And they don't dare go.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's all tied into the cycles of the passing of the Nibiru group and all of these political climate migration and all of this that occurred, and people and endings of civilizations and not accounted for this and not accounted for that, and elevation of sea level rises, masking all archaeology, etc. And there's very actual little underwater archaeology going on of vast cities. People are always trying to chase down the gold in the ship that was down there for since the Roman eras, but they don't go beyond that.
yeah. Look at that red thing.
Yeah.
Is that our red asteroid, buddy?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The picture that
That was.
Oh, this. Oh, this.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a punch. Yeah, that could be a punch cloud below from the red asteroid, definitely. And that could be the bottom of Atu's moon doing the punch cloud.
cool.
I'm having trouble telling the difference between that and when it's an ion drop tail.
Well, the ion drop tail drops down and then puts out a little hook. But that's off the bottom of Atu, not Atu's moon.
Oh, okay.
Atu does the drop tail, which ends up encapsulating the moon and then the asteroids and then forms the snail foot. That's how it drops down.
Cool. I didn't understand that before.
The ion drop tail will reach to the moon and then envelop the moon, depending on the ion bleed between the bodies. And that increases the more the electricity superhighway increases.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful. Look at it. So that must be the moon glowing in there.
Yeah, we're looking at the smaller Atu's moon, and that's creating the punch cloud. And then the reddish hue of the red asteroid slightly below Atu's moon, which we know has been doing a cameo at the center for a year and a half now.
Well, that's the red asteroid shape, that red thing.
Right. And when you see that shape over and 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 over again, it's not a cloud. It's a red asteroid.
Nice one.
And that's the side illumination of the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group on the side of planet Uri. And the reason it's glowing is because it's standing out at a higher depth than the side face of Uri. Because it's semi-protruding out of the inner atmosphere and outer atmosphere of Uri, and that's why we see that repeated illumination, which if you look, do you have this month's drawing?
Yeah, right here.
Okay. See the Tan asteroid?
I sure do.
See the orange and yellow illumination around it?
I do, yeah.
And then a little green and a little bit touch of red because it's illuminating at the side face of Uri. just like
There it
that.
is. Yeah, cool.
Nice one. Yeah.
Even the colors are just, you know,
I
that
do
spooky
try. I
color.
do try.
No, I know. I can tell. I can tell.
Mhm.
You know, I know it's going to
You
illuminate
weren't
right now.
guessing. Because you
It's
can't
probably
guess at
Nepesi
that.
days.
You can't guess at the drawings and get them right. So,
Well, I just
you
follow
know,
my gut. You know,
right.
I follow. I've been doing this so long. I just draw what my head tells me to do.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and there you have
It
you
is.
have Atu's moon and red asteroid again, and then little sister in front. And that,
Yeah.
of course, will eventually, you know, if it was a little higher up, it is actually forming. If you look down at the the horizon line, there's a spiral asteroid. See the spiral right at the horizon line?
I do. Yes.
And then you have red
I
asteroid,
think
little
it's what
sister.
I'm
Atu's
seeing.
moon is illuminating in the white in the upper right corner, and you have purple Atu in the left.
That's just it. I mean, I'm always saying how most people would be like, these are just insignificant clouds, you know, when really
They're
they're
not.
actually
You don't
very,
see cloud. You don't see clouds with that manta ray like shape so high in the atmosphere. You know, this is
yeah,
like
it's not
a
insignificant
supercell,
at
and
all.
when you see the repetitive illumination, repetitive shape, repetitive asteroids, and the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again, then you know it's entirely attributable, and this is what we do because there it is.
Right. And, you know, I mean, just in general, the sky is so stunning, you know, the things that we're seeing. I mean,
Right.
that didn't used to always be like this. We know that.
Right.
It's
The
just
skies never looked like this
off
one.
the hook
Not in my lifetime. They've
gorgeous.
never been this
Right.
unbelievably colorfully wow, cool. Oh my God. And it has nothing to do with
Right.
cameras.
And it's not because you don't remember it. You're like, you know, I mean, that's something they'll say. I was like, oh, you just don't remember. It's always been this way.
Boy, this is odd.
Yes, I thought so too.
I'm almost tempted to say the open core of Nepesi, but it could be the wake rounding of an asteroid, and we're seeing it in dark. And then we're seeing the
Huh.
illuminated clouds around it,
Right. It
which
does seem
could
like it's
also
wrapped
be the
around
red
something.
asteroid. But I mean,
Uh-huh.
this is unusual. I've never really seen anything like this. Cool.
Yeah.
Good. Nice
Right.
picture. I might have to stare at it 4 or 5 times before I fully see what
I'll
it is.
send it to you so you can just
Oh,
study
look
it.
at it. It looks like it's got somebody trying to either
Well,
fly
if
through
we
it or a
assume that
little.
we're seeing the dark side of the red asteroid, this would make sense.
Ah, okay. But those little lines up front does look like an asteroid,
It's like
doesn't
it's
it?
push fingering of an inset, you know, because the sun is shining on it on the other side. So it's putting off these little wispy, because when you pull a block of like dry ice, it puts off these little wispy clouds. And that's what, you know, when the planets get illuminated, that's whatever's getting sun shining on it puts off these ice cold, wispy clouds off of everything. And that's what base clouds are forming from.
Cool. I think this was new. I can't remember. Gosh.
Red asteroid, spiral
Yeah.
asteroid.
More asteroids. Yes.
Texas cube behind it.
That could almost be a song. I mean, you know,
Yeah, we said it so many times.
we could have our own
La, la, la,
song
la,
now. The
We'll get
hits.
Andy to have
Like
AI
album.
write us a nice song.
Yeah, have an album.
Yeah, well, he had
Nibiru.
AI draw up those old man pictures, you know, and standing there. You know, Nibiru is here, and
Yeah.
this, of course,
Exactly.
is that base cloud of Nepesi that we've
Not a
seen
spacecraft.
10,000 times.
The
I still love that
necessity
Jeff.
is a
I
spacecraft.
still post that Jeff Goldblum. You know, the feeling you get when Nepesi is here.
Yeah, that one's quite cool.
Yeah, I love JD made that, or somebody made that, or
I know, right?
JD
I
sent it
think
to
it
us.
was him.
I still use it.
Yeah, it's a guy thing that it's definitely a guy made it.
Well, you know, I mean, not many people would want to see sexy, bare-chested, Jeff Goldblum is not sexy, bare-chested. No, I don't know why that. That was just an iconic picture that everybody started putting Goldblum here and Goldblum there, and he was there.
Oh, that's
All
because he was in the hero
Jurassic
in
Park.
in the Alien movie,
Yeah,
Independence Day.
Jurassic Park 1 and 2 or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is another one of those
Oops.
hungry.
Oops. Sorry.
Yeah, that it's like I'm looking at the long box cube mostly.
Yeah. I think
Look at
people
that thing.
can probably
Whoa.
see how repetitive it
And
actually
then, of course,
is. It's
the
so
ion tail of the
repetitive.
Saturn's yellow moon right by
Yeah.
the sun, but the upper area that looks like square long box cube, and a few sea trails along with it. But
Oh yeah, you get those
I
guys
wonder
when those
sometimes
other
if
things.
they're actually covering the cubes themselves, and it's almost like they're paying more attention to that now than the planets themselves.
Yeah.
Of course, they are far lower off the horizon, and who knows how close they are to the asteroids per se. They could be in between, that 4,000 miles away, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000 miles away, and it's still way up in space. And it depends on the guys on the ISS which direction they're looking. And if you're not in the daylight hours, you won't see it. If you're in the dark, you won't see those things until they get light on them. And we know this one with that vertical, that's the asteroids going vertically underneath Attu and Attu's moon. We've seen this 1,000 times. And if you notice, the light is shining from behind us, which proves that Attu and Attu's moon are beyond Earth now and becoming illuminated. And we know that dark blue is Attu because Attu is very, very dark. Sometimes you see actually purple.
Right. Yeah, I've seen some where it's just like a midnight blue color, like
when it's really close, it turns
not
more
sky
blue.
but like a navy blue. It's
and when
strange.
it's farther away, you can actually see more of the purple. And in the early years, we saw a lot of the purple, and then it got really much closer when Uri was doing its first woogie woo back in 2016, 18, 19, etc. And that's when we started getting way more sightings of Uri and Attu in 2018 and 19, which is where we also discovered what we call the salamander asteroid group, which is that facial group of asteroids on the semi outskirts of the bottom of Uri. Yeah, this isn't that one was an interesting. I would say that in the middle of that warble is the faceplate of the long box cube headed towards us, and it goes more over to the right off in the distance. But I would say that warble in the clouds there had a great deal to do with the moving long box cube.
Right.
Sort of wrapping around it, isn't it?
Exactly.
And of course, that purple in the middle could actually be an asteroid.
I do see that circle. Yeah, that circle right, almost middle.
If I was the long box cube, I would be out of the way of that thing. But
right. They seem to. That's
this is a rather odd cloud pattern.
How close?
But we know which side of the sun it's on, so we know what's there.
Sure.
See the date on that? I could blow this up and let me see the date.
10/3/23.
Yes.
23. Okay.
10th of March, 2023. Yeah, that's probably the long box cube and little wispings of Saturn's yellow moon earlier this year.
Neat.
Pretty cool. Look at that. You can now see the top of the long box cube.
Yeah, these are all pictures still that Petty has posted, just so you know.
Oh, look at that thing. Wow.
Yeah. This is that kind of blue color I was telling you about a minute ago for Attu.
That's 5D blue. 5D blue.
Yeah. Did you say
5D
spicy
blue?
Spicy blue?
5D blue.
5D, like 5 dimension.
5D blue. Okay.
Yeah, we call it. Well, Lindsay and I, if we're watching the sky, we know when it goes 5D blue, like it's got a luminous almost effect.
Yes.
It's like a living blue, like 5D. That explains to us what we're talking about.
It's right. I know. Yeah. Here's a side by side example again, Yuri and
Yeah,
what?
those are pretty amazing. When you look in, it's like the sky got cut, or somebody ripped a picture and put two
Yeah,
pictures
and the sun
together.
isn't very visible. It's angled away. There's
Right.
been a lot of really, really strange lighting effects going on for the last 2, 3 months, and I'm just in awe that nobody notices it.
Not very many, just us. Out of the whole world, there's 23 of us here talking about it. So,
Yeah, I'm going to do my Ricola
you know,
ad
it's like,
commercial
wow.
for Ricola cough drops. Yeah.
I mean, we're like a select little crowd here.
Hey,
You
who
know?
knows? Maybe somebody at Ricola will hear us and want to sponsor us. I'm not kidding. Actually, maybe. Oh,
we're willing to
Nepacity
talk.
core.
Yeah.
And of course, the core is behind the normal clouds at the bottom of the picture, but that's the core, open core down there. And we watched that for years and years. And she's been so big for so long that I wonder what it's going to look like when she goes. And we've actually seen some smaller ones too, where she was rising up in front of us. And but she's generically still very large and causing some rather unusual weather all over the world.
Hmm.
And it's such a small planet compared to the rest of them. It's just amazing. And that, of course, is the site of Natu's moon with the asteroids encased in that cloud. And
Man.
some onset where you look down below at the horizon line. Those are other asteroids from onset Uri, which is to the left, probably the lower pink behind.
That was it in that. That was it of the ones that I shared from Petty. So,
He takes such great captures. Thank you.
yeah, for sure. Since he can't really be here with us, he doesn't speak English
He
very
speaks some
much,
English, I understand.
just a little bit.
Not
Not enough
fluent.
to feel comfortable, I guess.
And he still has to translate all the stuff that and he's been very patient. And I
Right.
type to him all the time as if he can read me. I'm sure he has to translate everything I type to him.
Right. Right.
Oh,
Well, all right. We covered a lot. I know that. Looking through everything, making sure, we hit the things I created for today.
have you been checking your YouTube channel at all lately?
What do you mean? I mean,
On view counts and that?
not in the last 2 or 3 days. I was looking at comments a few days ago,
I
and
did too. I didn't see a lot.
surprisingly, there wasn't too many ill remarks.
Yay.
I mean,
Yay.
really, I was surprised because I've been ever since those videos, have been made. I've been, getting more ugly remarks.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So I've been.
No, you made it when.
That's what my son says. He says you can't be TikTok famous if you don't have trolls. That's what he told me.
Yep.
I'm like, okay, I guess that's a compliment.
Yeah,
then.
well, now we got to figure out a way to do some interesting shorts for Twitter. And
I know. I've got to look into that. Like, at least create the account,
yeah,
and
well,
then
we can think about just grabbing old excerpts, even from like
right.
a tidbit from Radio Wasteland, a tidbit from your stuff, a tidbit from you can grab go all the way back to Understanding the Skies, where I'm 5 seconds of me with my finger pointing out the old drawings or the old cutouts,
Yeah.
and then jam that in with some good music, and then you even get your commentator guy to throw in a startup log or something, anything you want.
Right.
Have a side project.
Some really cool music.
Yeah, we're always. I know you're always
Yeah.
busy and can't take on a side project or anything, because twice a week is quite time consuming, even for me, and I don't prepare that much other than to send you stuff. So
Yeah.
of course, I do have to do the side work so that I can have an understanding of what happened last week. Within the last week, and I do go every day. Although it's been kind of quiet lately, folks. Keep sending them in, but your personal sightings, so that you know the background, so we can ask you. And that's part of what science is, knowing the background. So
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate all the support. Really, I get some of the nicest people, you know, that have the nicest compliments. So
Yeah, you know, we're not being horrendously trolled, but you know, the ones that are
right,
there are consistent. Unfortunately, you
they're
know.
consistent. We'll give them an A for that.
Yeah, I'll give you an
Consistent.
effort. Yeah, I mean, if half of them actually put that to good use, just imagine what they could accomplish. But you know, as Shakespeare said, all press is good press.
Mhm.
You know.
Now,
Right.
what's that? You had a meme about something. If if I s- oh, something about your heart and your mind, or if I'm always on your
Right.
mind, or something. What is
Yeah.
it?
If you love me, I'll always be in your heart, and if you hate me, I'll always be on your mind.
In your
And yes,
mind.
free rental space in your brain is always a good thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's
paying,
true.
I don't
It's
have to. I'm
true.
living in your brain, and I'm not paying rent. You know, that kind of thing. And that's a slam. But um, it's great that they're taking the time. They've at least heard of us, even if they are complaining. Um, so that's a good thing. And we'll just see where we go, and we'll just keep at it, because we all love this topic, and we're always working on it. Now we found a new way to try and share it with other people in a larger spectrum, because Facebook unfortunately has gotten a little bit um, convictive and quieted and stalled us in certain ways, and so we've got to branch out other ways, because we've had nothing but trouble from getting in trouble for posting my drawings. Okay, community standards, this comes off as sexual content. Excuse me. you
Naked.
know my monthly drawings have nothing to do with
Okay.
sexual content, and why do we keep going to Facebook jail when we don't even have an opportunity to even question because they won't show us what we did wrong. I had that happen a couple weeks ago.
But
It's like, what?
they never tell you really what it is you've done wrong, do they? You have to
They
sit
wouldn't
and
let me
figure it
look
out.
at what supposedly I'd done wrong, and I wasn't allowed to, they weren't going to share it with me. And I went, huh? It's like, if I already posted it, don't you think I would know what it was and would not be offended by it? And then, if you wish to contest this, well, how can I contest what you've done when I don't know what I did that I, supposedly did wrong? And how can I contest if I don't know what I did?
Yeah. Go to the principal's office and stay there, you bad boy.
Detention. Copy the words of Psalms 14, pages such and such to such and such, which is what we had to do. Copy the Bible.
Yeah, I think I did that. That's why I remember there's one of those parables or something like that I remembered, because they talked about
That's where I learned what a parable Bible was.
parables. Yeah, the
Which are
parables.
comparatives of what was written long ago from what is current accepted texts in the current church, that each person go versus King James version versus whatever, all the other versions of the Bible rewritten,
Parables.
or Catholicist, or even Croatian or Arab or whatever.
Yeah,
The
parables.
Quran.
Yeah, damn parables. You had to remember some of them, but I really got good marks in when I went to biblical studies in high school. But you can
I did well too.
study.
My 4 credits.
Yeah, yeah. They said, well, you weren't very good at math, so you have to go and do something else.
Well,
And you
depends
seem
on
to have a
depends on
phenomenal memory for information. So best you go and see the biblical studies nun.
I
All
was
right.
stumbling through the calculator error, where they still wanted you to do everything by hand, but then you could check your work with a calculator, which always made me chuckle. Like, couldn't I check it first with a calculator and then write it out?
Oh.
I bet your teachers felt a little insecure, I would
I'm
think.
sure I'm an absolute pain in the ass. Absolutely.
I can only imagine what they, went home talking to their families about. There's this boy in my class, Samuel, and
Oh, and he won't shut
you know,
up. Yeah.
yeah,
He
he knows
talks
more
too
than
much.
me.
And he can't sit still, and he's always wiggling in his chair, and he's staring
I
out the window and
know.
doesn't want to be there. And you
I
give him the
mean,
homework, and he's smart as hell, and yet he doesn't do the simplest of shit.
did
Drives
they
me
ever
nuts and won't shut
want?
up. Yeah.
Did they ever want parent teacher conference for
Oh,
that?
yeah. He's so smart, but why doesn't he apply himself?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I just
Yeah, because you bored the tears out of me
figured.
and imprisoned me in that room.
Yeah. Man,
Yeah, we're all looking out the windows, weren't we? Like, nee, 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 nee,
I,
nee,
I was actually
I
busy
know.
out of every school I
Me
ever went to.
too.
nee,
I
nee, nee,
wasn't
nee.
doing anything wrong by being a kid.
I don't belong here.
La,
Here's
la, la.
medication, man. No, I ain't
At
taking
least
that.
they taught us how to go to typing as well. I was like very grateful for the typing nun once we
Oh,
got cell phones.
I
Yeah.
absolutely detested typing class. Oh, I
Yeah,
hate
but
it.
see here now we know what a keyboard looks like. We were already ahead of the game.
Well,
Yeah.
we had this sister Ann, and she was also my English teacher as well as my typing teacher. And we were so rude to her. We were horrible. And you have this Catholic nun trying to be Catholic, and we did all sorts of male fart jokes to you name it, all the way up the stairs coming into her class, and she used to get so mad at us. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the we got an electric typewriter and the nun used to shiver if I went to go and play with it. She's like, "Oh no, don't let her near it."
Be breaking the keys. Yeah, we started out on teletype, way back in the 70s, and now I'm still stuck in old school and barely understand these new computers. Every time I get to understanding a system, they change it on me. I was stuck in Windows 7 doing great, and then you guys had to make it 8 and then 9 and 10 and 11. Anyway, I'm unfortunately technologically illiterate, mostly from lack of time, because I'm busy trying to, do laundry and feed the kids and fix the house and do, sky watching while I can. And so I haven't learned as many skills as I'd like to. And I do need some more courses, I'm sure.
Oh well.
Well, I have a neighbor I should talk in here. Here's $50. Teach me, I should get there.
I
But
know.
I always hate wasting somebody else's time and dragging them into my home, and they may
But
not want to be there.
most stuff that, like, how I was really holding off on even doing anything like this because I felt intimidated with the laptop. But
Yeah, you learn quick.
I sat down and I made myself watch YouTube videos, and it's pretty much all there. Whatever you're trying to do, you can find
Yeah,
videos.
if you want to know how to do something, look it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's there.
It's there. And so
Oh,
here we
what
are.
do they say these days? Google is my friend.
Well,
Just
50th
Google something.
anniversary of Google, and now we're moving into AI, and there's some good parts of the AI and bad parts to AI. It'll make some people stupider. It'll actually make some people smarter. Some people lazier, some people more active. There's many different phases to it, and this is partially why I'm in semi-agreement they've shut down some of the connections to AI. And we're also going through a major hacking right now from China, but beware. They've had some serious electrical power grid attacks for the last month coming from China and many other countries as well. So it's big. It's big enough that it made national news. And we're also getting some hacking from the sun too, coronal mass ejection. So, we can't always rely on this working functionally for us. And they've talked about the Carrington event. That's something to also pay attention to. If you don't know what that is, Carrington with a C, look it up. A Carrington event. It's worth knowing if you haven't learned about that. And that's also part of the electrical universe and how our sun and our earth and our magnetosphere of earth works. And that'll teach you a whole bunch of cool stuff that will attach to all of this and how the planets work and why. So it's important information to, when you find something that you don't know about that does interest you, actually go and spend the time to look this stuff up, which is how we all got where we're at.
Yep.
This is Robbie, and Robbie is telling us great show. So
Oh,
thank you,
yep.
Robbie. Right. Appreciate
Yep.
that.
Thank you for being here.
Yep. It's nearly nighttime. Time to go and sleep.
I know it. I know it. And of course, I know you already know, but here's Sam's address if you want to send him a card or a donation. So there's that information. And
David saying he was suicided. I think you're talking about Dr. Harrington versus Carrington.
oh,
Carrington is an event. I don't know anything about the guy Carrington. I know about Harrington, but that's a different story.
Yeah, I think he means Harrington.
Suicide, it doesn't make any sense to me unless you're talking about, SETI project and all that stuff. Anyway.
and this is Jerry. and he said, "Did you find what you were looking for on Roger Bacon?"
Actually, I never went and looked. I had learned about Roger Bacon many years ago and popped into his information on more than one occasion. Recently, within the last 6 months, I can tell you I looked him up again, but I haven't done so recently. No, I always chuckled over the fact his last name was Bacon. I did, and that's why I partially remembered him. And he had to do with
Okay.
chemistry and all of that, and actually defining the mathematics and the knowledge behind chemistry in the 1400s
Hmm.
or
That's a new one for me.
thereabouts. He was a serious part of atomic chemistry.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. So, whoops. Um, so
Okay.
I didn't know, Jillian, if you were still wanting to hop off at midnight, because I just keeping track of the time. If that's, you know, for you, if you need to
Mhm.
go, just let us know.
It's 5 minutes
And,
after the hour.
Yep.
right.
Yeah, I need to go. I have work tomorrow. I've got to ride the bike
No.
tomorrow.
Brought to you in living color from NBC.
Right. Um, I'm thinking of ending it here, Sam.
Okay, that's fine with me. We
Just
can
so
do
I
that. We're
can
right
go
at
take
4 hours.
care of
It's fine.
Alan and yeah.
We thank
Okay.
everybody for being here.
Yes,
We appreciate you
Yeah,
listening.
thank you, everybody.
Hope you were entertaining
sure.
and carried on the topics that you wanted to hear about. Although every once in a while we have a thinner than normal week, but this wasn't thin. 4 hours isn't thin. So,
Yeah.
No,
I don't
no,
mind. It
it's
gives me
not.
something more stuff
Like a
to do.
standard one.
I can go play Star Wars.
I knew it. I do it. Yeah, Star Wars.
Yeah, I always loved Star
So,
Wars.
do you ever get to the top level? Like, have you ever beat it?
Oh
Have
well,
you
yeah,
ever
I've been beating this machine. My kill ratio is the other, depending if I'm playing Stormtrooper or whatever. The guys who fight with me get like 7 kills, and I'm up in upward of 80 and 90 in comparison. And there are
Okay.
settings where I get to knock Darth Vader. You can't quite kill Darth Vader, and you get to play as Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader, depending on which side you choose. And you go through all this, from the Ewoks all the way to the floating cloud city, and you get all these other game levels. And I've played it for years, and I turned the setting up to high, and it's hard. Oh
Yeah.
boy! And the higher you go, the stormtroopers shoot better if you're of the rebel force. And if
Oh
you set
boy.
it to medium, well, then you got plenty of stormtroopers to shoot. And if you set it to low, well, then you can shoot all the stormtroopers you want, but there's less of them, and they don't shoot back as well. So I've learned all of the sides of this, and a part of it is me
Figured it
dropping
out.
grenades on people I can't even see, because I've worked the angles out over the years in my head, and that I know the patterns that are coming. Now, it's not always the same because it's a very well random generated program, but I can over time just keep dropping grenades, and that's at one level where I'm doing like basic angle geometry in my head, dropping grenades on the opposing forces. And that's the one I always talk about, where when I'm playing that, for some reason, I get the answers of the planets in my head, because it's just this spot that I hit where all of a sudden I'm having a conversation about Montana Skywatcher in my brain as I'm playing it. So, and it's always, I hit that stage, and it gives me really, really many answers, and I've always loved it for it. And when I want to think, I actually go play that game.
Right. It's like it opens some pathways or
Yeah,
something.
it's just,
Yeah.
and then by the time I get to the dock stage where you're up on top of this Ewok, or excuse me, you're on the Wookiee planet, and you're
Yeah.
fighting at these raised levels about the port, and I'm up there dropping grenades off the raised levels onto the oncoming stormtroopers, and my brain just gets to that spot, and then all of a sudden I've got the answers that I was looking for that day, and it's weird, but it happens. It's just one of
Very
those,
cool.
places I go in my mind. It's like, you grab your laptop and play Tetris or whatever, and all of a sudden, I got it. Aha,
Candy
Eureka,
Crush.
Excelsior. I
Right.
remember
Right.
Excelsior from back when I was a child around Christmas time. Excelsior is that's packing material. But anyway, it's also what cartoons used to talk about. Enlightened Excelsior. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Uh, Andrea is here. Hey, Andrea. Well, we are getting ready to end the show. So once we do that, you should be able to go to YouTube and
Yeah.
it will start playing.
Yeah, you go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube, and
Yeah.
then you'll come to her main page, and then you click on the live. It'll be this little column bar
Tab.
showing you what shows.
Uh-huh.
And click on live, and then it'll pop you down, and then you'll see the most recent show.
And it will start from the beginning
Yeah, and
after
so if we close it
end.
out now, you'll be able to see it in 5 minutes.
Right.
And I check that
So-
every time after each show, and we usually have 300 or 400 views right away.
Right. I've noticed that too, that each show has, as many views in just a few hours as the one a few days before it had. It's
Right,
like
and then
ramping
as
up.
the week goes by, more views tag on. That's what I've been
Right.
checking.
It's going to happen like that.
Okay,
for
so
sure.
I guess we could wind it up then.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you,
All righty.
Gillian, and thank you, Sam. And we will be back
Thank you.
with Jesus on Tuesday evening at 7 p.m. Central. So otherwise, we'll see you then.
Okay, bye,
Night-night,
everybody.
people.
Night.
Thank you. Bye.
Night-night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.